to say, sure, Lynn, come on in. Now is the time to heed the timeless advice from Teddy Roosevelt. Speak softly and carry a big stick. End of quote. I promise you, the president has a big stick. I promise you.
Election year, the choice is clear. One man stands ready to deliver change we desperately need. A man I'm proud to call my friend. A man who will be the next president of the United States, Barack America.
That saves billions of gallons of gasoline. I mean, billions of $2.3 billion worth of, $500 billion in savings and 2-point-something billion metric tons of CO2 going in the air.
I love kids jumping on my lap.
The fact is that what happens now is that we in fact have to fundamentally change the culture of how women are treated. No man has a right to raise a hand to a woman in anger other than in self-defense, and that's rarely ever occurs. And so we have to just change the culture, period, and keep punching at it and punching at it and punching at it.
Does nothing to tackle the #1 job facing the middle class, and it happens to be, as Barack says, a 3-letter word: jobs. Jobs.
The younger generation now tells me how tough things are. Give me a break. Speak out and be more straightforward. I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
qualified than I am to be Vice President of the United States of America. Let's get that straight, and quite frankly, it might have been a better pick than me.
I went to the big guys for the money. I was ready to prostitute myself in the manner in which I talked about it. But what happened was they said, come back when you're 40, son.
Eliminate one tax loophole out of $1.6 trillion worth, $1.4 trillion. Out of $1.4 trillion. It's hard to even say it so much.
I think I probably have a much higher IQ than you do, I suspect, and I'd be delighted to sit down and compare my IQ to yours if you'd like, Frank.
You're a damn liar, man. That's not true.
I want to be clear. I'm not going nuts.
You cannot go to a 7-Eleven or a Dunkin' Donuts unless you have a slight Indian accent.
And by the way, it cost a lot of money. It cost about $740 billion over 10 years. Play the radio. Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night.
Will you ever run for political office again?
No. I know I'm called middle class Joe. It's not meant as a compliment. It means I'm not sophisticated.
science over fiction. We choose truth over fact.
Senator Biden, words have in the past gotten you in trouble. Words that were borrowed and words that some found hateful. An editorial in the Los Angeles Times said, in addition to his uncontrolled verbosity, Biden is a gaffe machine. Can you reassure your voters in this country that you would have the discipline you would need on the world stage, Senator?
Yes. My name is Joe Biden, and I love ice cream. What President Trump has done in his spreading of racism, the way he deals with people based on the color of their skin, their national origin, where they're from, is absolutely sickening. No sitting president has ever done this. Never, never, never. No Republican president has done this. No Democratic president. We have racists, and they've existed. They've tried to get elected president. He's the first one that has. And the way he pits people against one another is all designed to divide the country, divide people, not put them together.
If Haiti, a god-awful thing to say, if Haiti just quietly sunk into the Caribbean or rose up 300 feet, it wouldn't matter a whole lot.
We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids. No, I really mean it, but think how we think about it.
Lobbyists aren't bad people. Special interest groups are not bad people. But guess what? They're corrosive. People who accept the money from them aren't bad people, but it's human nature. You go out, Lynn, and bundle $250,000 for me, all legal, and then you call me after I'm elected and say, Joe, I'd like to come and talk to you about something. You didn't buy me, but it's human nature. You helped me. I'm going to say, sure, Lynn, come on in.
Now is the time to heed the timeless advice from Teddy Roosevelt. Speak softly and carry a big stick. End of quote. I promise you, the president has that big stick. I promise you.
Hello. We're back. How are you all doing? Um, yeah, I haven't been live in a little bit. Sorry about that. Donald Trump has been pronounced woke. I couldn't think of a title. That was the thing I missed. Was all the like the stuff about Donald Trump being dead. Um, what was the substantial evidence for that? Is he had the bruised arm and then he like wasn't he was just like not doing any public facing events throughout the weekend. He disappeared for a week. I mean, he's probably just like getting incredibly old. And then I guess JD Vance. I want to know what the context of that actually was, because JD Vance I did see the headlines about JD Vance. That was like, I'm totally prepared to take over if Donald Trump dies. Like, I wonder what the context of that was, because the way that it was phrased in the headlines I saw just made it seem like he just said that unprompted. Like, you know those Onion article things where it's like a fake quote from a celebrity and it's like unprompted. I would just like to assume he went up to a reporter and was like, if Donald Trump dies. And then there was another headline that he was like working behind the scenes to secure support. So I feel like probably what happened presumably is Trump had some sort of health related issue that's made him weaker. And then it's like, it's like when that happens with a member of your family and you're like, fuck. Like, it's actually the inverse of this. But you're like, fuck, like, they can die. Like, they might die soon. It could happen. They're old. But Vance had that, but he was like jumping for joy, It was funnier than that because it was like Trump is the healthiest, most virile alpha, and also I'm ready to be president at any time. Right. Okay, yeah. I could literally look in 10 minutes, I'm ready. I have the presidential suit. It's actually under this suit right now. I'm gonna do he's gonna do a Superman thing and become the president. Co-emperor suspiciously willing to take the throne. Yeah. He will never die. He is old as shit. That is the one thing I will say about Trump is that like a Trump 3 is like not possible. Like this is like Biden first term sort of senility. Like he's not, the bruise on the arm, I believe that happens when you're like hooked up to something, right? So it was probably some medical issue. An IV, yeah, right. Emergency spray. The spray on is crazy. He's on blunt thinners, right? Yeah. The spray tan is so funny. It is one of those things that like you don't realize until you see the difference, and it's like, damn, I was trying to think of like what beauty standard is Trump trying to meet with that? It must be like some sort of Miami like cool guy thing, right? Because presumably, he has an image of himself and the kind of order he wants his appearance to be put in that is probably very infantile. It's probably very like probably established in his like 20s. He wants to be like a buff Miami style, he's got the tan. Even the hair though, the hair is very odd as well. No, I think that fits that standard, and he's just like not willing to let it go. It's weird. He's like people always mention the thing of calling him Tom Selleck. Let me see. You think he's like trying to, oh, I see what you mean. Some sort of like the Tom Selleck. Yeah. I see it. The swelling in his ankles is edema. Is he on heavy medication or organ failure? Damn. Is that a bake though? Dune posting, is that oomph? Or is that a different? I'm like that. I feel like that could be a specific oomph. who would know about this sort of thing. But there's no way. Yeah, well, Trump would be. Yeah, I guess you're right. I feel like that would be. I mean, his age is definitely catching up to him. Yeah, the Trump 3 is not possible. The best case scenario for the MAGA movement realistically is probably like I mean, I guess it would just be Trump 3, but then the alternative is that like Trump is like an advisor and there's like he's like the shadow president and that there's a real president, but then the actual president is Donald Trump. Or like Trumpism. Although I don't, because it's like, what is Trump actually doing? Like he's like the figurehead president, right? He's like the hero, like not really doing much. Rise of Skywalker type shit, yeah. I don't know, man. Like it is scary, but then you think about like if you like, I feel like I think about this. This is very explaining politics to an American. When you're watching a sports ball game, and there's a team you're rooting for, even when the team is ahead, you're nervous, right? Think about it. Politics, a lot like sports ball, where when your team is ahead, you're still anxious about it. If my team was ahead right now, if I liked death, destruction, rape, everything evil happening more, and as a Republican, I'd be pretty nervous about the national project. If you think about it like that, maybe this is just purely co-op, obviously. Especially with relation to having the courts for a generation, like the Democrats are not going to back the courts. Like if fucking FDR couldn't get that done, what you think the 2028 Dems, like especially with all the redistricting that's happening, like no, they're cooked. Yeah, I mean the image of what Trump, what American conservatism looks like after Trump. He's like, there's never like they've been trying to find a Trump too. Canada has been trying to find their Trump, like the Canadian right. Is my president? I'm Canadian, but I think he is. Brazil is still like, what's his name got put in the Lulog, right? Doug Ford is Canadian Trump, but honestly, I'm not even like, we could have so much worse than Doug Ford. I know this is like a really sad. If Doug Ford is our Trump, that's like, we can survive that. We can survive that. Doug Ford is like the embodiment of like Canadian Ontario, like white evil. He really does have like the modern or the future of Canadian conservatism, the coalition, which is rural whites and then like conservative South and East Asian people in cities. Like that's the coalition for like the Canadian conservatism of the future. And he's got a fucking super majority in Ontario. You see that also develop in British Columbia with like a lot of Surrey starting to flip conservative. I mean, I guess Richmond has been firmly gone for a while. Like the provincial NDP in British Columbia are like urban white people. NDP stands for no damn party status. That's the truth, Nick. Yeah, they're so washed. And they're gonna get worse too. They're gonna get worse. Also, Doug Ford is, if you guys remember Americans, the crack smoking mayor of Toronto, it's his brother. And he's now our equivalent of a governor, a premier of the largest state province. Use the words. Bill Maher had Woody Allen on his like show. That's awesome. How are you living in Ontario? Honestly, Yeah, fair enough. Toronto's nice. I lived in Ontario for 6 years. It was fine. COVID lockdown, he shut down outdoor tennis courts. Doug Ford did. Fords are a dynasty of fail sons. I mean, they need more than two to be like a proper dynasty. We need Rob back. I do. I feel like he did do the lockdowns. Um, Doug Ford is like. I feel like I view Doug Ford as kind of like a cockroach. Like he is willing to. He's able to survive political scandal and threats. Like he's smart enough to have like immediately recognized that like Maple MAGA, that like copying American conservatism is just like in Canada is just not a winning strategy with Trump in office. Because yeah, I mean, look, so far like Trump winning was good news for Canadian politics. I mean, it's also like if you look at it in a roundabout way, I can't say I'm too optimistic about it because like Canadian nationalism is back and you can't trust Canadians with nationalism. You can't trust them with being proud of their country. It doesn't matter if like there is a semblance of a good reason for it, which I don't even think that's the case here. You can't trust. They're like, I'm going to respond to this threat by doing evil, like sublimated like fascism. We're going to support our bourgeois class, our one of honestly the most evil capitalist classes for its size, for how much like how the weight. What is the expression? How much it punches above its weight. Like the amount of mining countries that like I wonder what the resource ownership is like in like the Congo for Canadian mining companies. It's gonna be like a lot. Um, Funny enough, Victoria 3 actually kind of is starting to track this better now, because Canada obviously has a lot of mining companies to destroy the environment within its own borders, but it also has a lot of evil mining contracts, especially within like Central and West Africa. Well, I'm not sure about West Africa. I know Central Africa for sure. The so all of the resurgence of nationalism in Canada recently, and like it's like a thing. Like my ex-girlfriend is American and she was visiting me and she was just like looking, like the Vancouver downtown skyline. There's just like a lot of Canadian flags that people just like put out on their out of their windows to like show pride. And she's like, is this like normal? Because it's normal in America to do that. And I'm like, no, people don't. It's kind of died down recently. You see it less, but it's like, no, people don't usually do that in Canada. And so Canadians have decided to respond to the Trump threat by being like, we love our evil bourgeois class. We support it over America, and especially the Hitlerite petite bourgeois. Every single Canadian I know when they travel has multiple Canadian flags. Yeah. The real flex is if you, I mean, I guess that most of them can't do this, is you just speak French. Because it's like the Anglo-French combo is just Canada, is Canada, especially with the accent. Lots of flags in England, although the flags in England are also kind of evil, right? There's a lot of like the British nationalism is kind of insane to me. I mean, I guess this is how European nationalism works. All the Ulsterization of England, yeah. British people, right? Because what was the headline about Starmer? I don't know the context of that. The headline about Starmer being like, I just love English flag. It's like you're the head of Britain. Like, shouldn't you have the British flag? Keir Stalin. Being an idiot, turns out mining companies are kind of the reason for the Naxalite movement here. That makes sense. It's a wonder Canadians have planted their drills here. And so, truth nuke about the Well, I guess no. Maybe that's not funny. Um, the next lights are kind of they're not doing as well, right? It's just a movement that's kind of gaining less ground. Like the modern Indian state is gaining more power. Yeah, I don't understand the context of Keir Starmer being like, I just have the English flag all around my the Welsh nationalism and a distinguishing between I understand Irish people, and I mean I understand the content. Although I guess with Ulster, like the Ulster Scots in Northern Ireland probably do they put up British flags, or is it just the Ulster thing with is it so there's like the hand or whatever? Because they are attached to Britain as a concept because they're like we're a colonial entity and we're here because the British allow us to be here. They love a flag. That makes sense. That doesn't surprise me at all. But yeah, with the Scots and the English distinction is so funny to me because it's like you guys, like you did that genocide together. When people bring up, it's like, oh, the destruction of the Highland culture. It's like, who you think the English were the ones doing that? It's what makes the like Scottish or even like I think broadly British like romanticization of Highland culture so funny because it's like you killed them. That's your fault. Um, Ulster Scots are so proud of their Britishness it embarrasses the English. Yeah, I mean the Ulster is like a liability to Westminster. Um, because they know that like if we like stop supporting Ulster nationalists, they're gonna do terrorism against us. Like they're going to be really mad, not only at the Irish but also at us. It reminds me a bit like cannot remember the organization. I'm blanking on it, but the French and I believe there was a Spanish one too, like settler um a terrorist group within Algeria, like tried to kill de Gaulle after he left because it's like what the fuck, so you have like the right wing nationalists fighting the right wing nationalists because they're like what oh yes thank you because they're like what the fuck we're trying to do settler colonialism and you're not letting us. Basically Rhodesian in terms of making British mad by being too British. Yeah, that is another bizarre dynamic of like you it's like the Rhodesian British relationship is the British being like I hate my chud son. They embarrass me so much. Like you guys need to stop doing this. Although also people think Ireland is actually England. Well, I guess it's more British, right? It's complicated. It's complicated. It's complicated. It's more complicated than that. At least after, I mean, Rhodesia was, I guess, yeah, that's after the British pulled out. It was more again that it's just like it's a liability for us. This colonialism has become a liability, and it turns out the people there who have developed this like settler identity with the land, identity specifically related to like killing and dispersing indigenous inhabitants, they actually mean it, and they're actually like the violence. I mean, the violence um, that's required for any sort of state and nation formation, but particularly I think a settler state formation is like still gonna happen. There's still those people of the self-preservation instinct response here. They think that their survival is contingent upon a continuation of that violence. Most Rhodesians I know fled to South Africa and other life. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. Israel is a good example of that. Yes, they're doing it. They're doing Settlerism. Settlerism is a complicated subject. I don't fully understand. Because like non-settler states can also do settlerism. I don't really. There's an argument in like colonial studies that like, well, the settler identity is uniquely violent because it's like you don't have anywhere to go, right? Like the American national identity, it's different than like the, let's say like the, maybe an example is like Turkey, which does settlerism, or like Japan that has done settlerism, but then there is like a place to go if that fails. So it makes it more violent and is ergo a state of an entirely different character. Which I'm not sure I'm not sure. Whether it's just it's the same, it's like normal states doing things way worse, or if it's a state with a different character. I'm phrasing it poorly. I don't know. I think that is a trend in of the last couple decades. It's interesting. Will be interesting to see whether it continues being as prominent, like the settler colonial framework. Anyway, what are we talking? What's going on? Oh yeah, the Trump stuff. I don't actually know the odds that he keeps going through the full thing, because I will say like the JD Vance presidency is like the most unpopular presidency in modern American history. It would be very funny to watch the right wing project just. It would be a very funny like end of Vance's career, or peak of his career is like being just so fucking hated. Hard to keep the non-contiguous empire. Yeah. France usually kept things fairly bloody. And then like I guess Portugal is the most brutal example, where there was an attempt to say like, no, this is an integral part of the country. Although I guess that's Algeria as well. The announcement wasn't the announcement that like the Space Force is gonna like move its headquarters or something. Like they're like Trump is like rage baiting. Trump is rage baiting. Yes, the Goa was like such an absurd example where it's like the Indian army is invading you. Yeah, and you tell your soldiers to fight to the death to like take this tiny little enclave. And they're like, no, no, we don't want to do that. My understanding was that wasn't. Was the Goa invasion especially violent? 225 killed. I mean, it's not a very big area. Portugal is the failed colonizer. Yeah. I hope that they my understanding is that in EU5 they're going to represent like colonization a lot better, cuz like in EU4 it's just like you make a colony, but it's like in EU5 you need to like send people to the colony to like hold it. Whereas like the Portuguese style of colonization was to really, especially in like the 14th, 15th century, was to like hold like coastal forts that could facilitate trade, because they just didn't have the populations, resources to fight and annex and control large swaths of territory across the world. They tried to do settler colonialism in the 60s. The settlers didn't really care, and many joined the communists. That's cool. Portuguese settler turned communist. Turned Angolan communist. So discourse on this in child slavery in E5. My understanding, I know like one proud Bavarian was saying that And it's like I don't I don't know how to phrase this properly, but he was satisfied with how the triangle trade is represented in game, that it's like accurate, which is maybe a whole other thing. The turf empanada discussion. Okay, empanada's whole thing is that like a lot of the times, especially like with like Zionism, he's like correct. Well, I don't know. I'm happy that he yells at Zionists. I just don't think I think that the way he does politics online is like not very productive. Like with the Hassan schism, like a lot of his criticism seems fine. Like especially with like what is it like against being like doing entryism into the Democratic Party. It's just the way that he does politics online is too similar to like Destiny. And it's just like not a really productive way of. And then yeah, it's like, well, maybe you should like not develop your account of like why specifically white trans women transition. Maybe you should like just stick to yelling at Zionists. I don't know. But I don't know. He just like he can't. He's a person who has to do. He has to yell at people and he has to have really loud takes where people are mad at him. Which like I don't know can be useful, but it's like I don't. He's not. He needs to stop developing his theory of white transgenderism. Because it's like sorry, the Biden cat was 2 because I forgot to reset it. But then I did forget a phrase, which is but I'm not as a confirmed chaser is weird about it. That sounds correct. That's just I don't know, just stick to the fucking yelling at Ethan Klein. Because I think that's good. Twitter makes him insane. Twitter makes everyone insane, but if you're an adult, that's like, you know, you're responsible for your actions and you can't be doing shit like that. Because the take was like, I'm starting to think that some white trans women, like he like couched it as like one of the main reasons they transition is to like be shielded from criticism, which is also obviously very stupid because it's like, well, it's the opposite of the case. But also it's like you can't do the thing where you're like it's just white trans women, because like the implication there is that like some people transition basically because they have like a personality disorder. It's like Levine Blanchard shit, right? Like the thing that is being said in prison institutions like the prison to prevent black trans women from being able to get access to hormones. You can't just say like no, it's with the white ones only. It's like that the violence there is still. And you know, it's like what he's making a single tweet that's getting 300 likes on Twitter or whatever, so it's not. But that is the implication of the like cis guy who's like, I have this theory that the reason why trans women transition isn't actually because of the thing that they're saying. It's actually because they want to win an argument, which is like would be pathological. That would be a pathological reason to transition. That would be a person who is unwell and who's doing so irrationally. Right? That's not. So I don't know. Maybe just keep that to yourself, man. Maybe just keep that to yourself. If that's what you think. I don't know. This can't be helping the movement. Because he, you know, yeah. I just think that's very silly. He doesn't really give a shit. Yeah, probably. There's mad at philosophy too. I can't say I'm happy with the way that she covered that with like genocide in quotes. I think you should just call it a genocide. I saw like a Reddit comment that was like, she might not want to talk about it as much because she has an acting career. And she like replied with a heart emoji. And it's like, I don't think that's a good reason to be publicizing. Like you should just call it a genocide. You don't have to couch it in like, but such and such. I don't think that's good. You think that they would throw her in jail if she called it a genocide? Is that the state of British politics now? Okay. But again, like with Empanada, like I just don't think he has a good way of forwarding that criticism. I think he has to find like an insane way of doing it that like makes it a lot less effective. Because if you say insane shit, your critics can be like, look at this other insane shit that he said. Look at him doing this insane, and it makes it less powerful. Like it makes it less useful. Oh, anyway, it's just frustrating. I think a lot of online left schism comes out of the fact that like people are mad they don't have power, and so all we feel like we can do is talk. But I don't. The isn't there now a schism in the new left party in Britain? Because one of the, I mean, I guess it's not a party yet, but like one of the prominent members is like, I called this person a biological woman because trans women are not biological, and everyone's like, the party's over, like wrap it up. I mean, I guess the question is just like how Corbyn will respond to that. Because yeah, I mean, I guess transphobia is just like the sacred cow in British politics now. He's your MP, bummer. He's a landlord. He's conservative. Yeah. I mean, look, if you're gonna have a good part, like that's the thing is the point of this party is that it's gonna be like good. If you're just gonna sacrifice like 50% at the very least of your values, just right off the bat, it's like, well, what did we?
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
Which bunny? Thank you.
I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
It was funny though when like Green Party members were like, "Oh, look at the transphobia coming out of the." It's like, have you seen your party? Like, shut the fuck up. I'm disturbed by the. It's like you guys, guy who helped open Pandora's box. I'm really just so surprised to see all this evil in the world from other people who are doing evil. Corbyn is not. Yes, Corbyn is a great backbencher. Who has like very consistent, morally correct ideals. He's not good with a lot of the tactical stuff. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, I feel like my belief of American politics is the conservatives are actually in a much worse spot than they are that a lot of them think they are in the medium term, but I think in the long term it's really not looking good for the Democrats. I think with the redistricting shit and then with the fact that red states in the next like change of the electoral college weighting, red states like Texas and Florida are going to get a lot more value because there's like more people are living there now. Like the very long trends for the Democrats are not looking good. The dark money stuff was crazy. I didn't pay too much attention. Hello, Zev. It's live, Agar. I didn't pay too much attention to a lot of the concrete details of that. I just saw the headlines. What was the response from the Democrat people? It was like, I never had to not mention it. Was that the response? Because they said it was wrong. They said the idea that like Democrats are being paid up to $8,000 a month to say specific things. They denied that. What is it? David Pakman sucks so much, man. It is like the going into the horrible like 2023 time machine of all those guys being like, I actually just think that Gaza, like that Hamas just like fucking. Does Chorus contact QAA? No, I don't think so. I don't know. I don't know if we begin the AK month with everything that Julian says about the genocide. I don't know if they've. The question whether they contacted, I'm not sure, but I do not think. I'm very not sure. I'm very sure that. Um. That would be funny though. He doesn't even need the money. Yeah, I mean, but if you're already putting the Democrat line up, then why the fuck? Why does it matter? Might as well. I didn't do that. I didn't get enough good responses for this segment, audience life advice thing. It was mainly just people being like, "Hey, I just got out of university. What should I do?" Tiki, thank you. What was the David Packman response? Thank you for the chorus bucks. Thank you. I had a tweet. I don't think people got it, so I deleted it. But there was like that, like, you know, rent due discourse tweet of like, do you think 7,500 is good enough to live on? And I was like, I need at least $500 more. In an unrelated note, I love the Democratic Party. I don't know if I want to, because I don't know the concrete details of it. They say here it's why it's a lie, and then they show receipts to show that it's actually true. That makes sense. I know someone said like they're actually, if the Taylor reporting is correct, they are contractually obligated to basically say this. Made an 8-minute TikTok about it. I like spelling TikTok TICK and then TALK.
Oh,
like
I had
like
no
talking.
Idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
Brave Salamander, thank you.
To start a show like this, but I do have to talk today about a defamation lawsuit. After a while,
So they're saying they're going to sue them.
Published a piece last week that made a number of untrue allegations. And
I want to say, you know what my main takeaway was? I'm surprised that Harry Sisson is not on this. Because it kind of like watching the Adam Friedland Sisson interview, like it kind of made me feel bad for him. Because it struck me that he like doesn't really have a. I mean, he's like. He's a good love life, I guess. I guess he's doing fine. But like, it's like, he's like, yeah, I have one friend that I like go drinking with sometimes. But he specifically was like, I think Joe Biden's a good guy. Like he refuses to be like, I actually hate Biden. And I feel like this reveals that he's actually just doing it for the love of the game. Like he does just like Joe Biden. Which is like, I don't know, kind of sad for like a 22-year-old guy. Like
implications about me and other creators claiming I'm taking money in exchange for letting someone dictate the content of this show or restrict what I'm talking about, and many other claims and implications.
I guess the main thing that they were disputing was that they had to be restricted.
A whole bunch of you wrote to me and said, David, are you going to sue for defamation? Suing for defamation and winning is really the way.
The article never said they were told what to produce. Or what not to say. Okay.
To take
most women said they didn't have editorial content. Okay. So then that makes sense to me. I'm doing a thing here where I cover something without knowing.
And to prove that you didn't do the things you're accused of. Now, it's a fair question, and I want to...
It says you're not supposed to talk about Palestinians as much. I see. So it's like it's very vague. But it is the like... This is the Democrats' attempt at doing the right-wing media sphere thing.
talk about that today. I didn't even plan on mentioning this entire fiasco again, but it really has taken on a life.
So I'm curious to say what specific content he believes is defamatory, because defamation in America of a public figure is like pretty. Someone I know, or someone was tweeting that like they definitely had like an official collective like group chat response to this because they were all using like the same words.
So I'm going to get to
like there were the specific phrases they were all using
in a moment, but I also want to lay out a few other things. You know, the saddest part for me in all of this is that even though, you know, after the first 48 hours, the overwhelming majority of my audience members and fellow creators and others realize there's really no story here. Like it's not even just the allegations and implications are untrue. It's just there's not even really a story here. Which
is why I'm suing for defamation. I feel like that's maybe silly because I guess the real response is like, look, I'm allied with the Democratic Party. I agree with their values. Of course, I'm fine taking some money. I'm fine allowing them to support me.
Realize that way more people always see the original allegations, and that's something we're going to deal with in a moment as well. The hardest part is that some people who have trusted me for years have now canceled their memberships on my website because they wrongly believe.
Oh, so this is the defamation. That's not enough, though. That's not enough, though. Because that's the material harm.
The DNC tells me what to say, or that Chorus makes me get permission before I cover a topic, or that my opinions 2 years ago were shaped by Chorus despite Chorus being spun up like 2 months ago. There are people who will not be satisfied unless I file and win a defamation suit, and otherwise they have just said, this must be true, and haven't even come and asked me about it.
Can someone link me the Taylor article?
Now, I don't know that a lot of people I'm hearing from were really my core supporters anyway, and we're going to...
Did someone see the Zoomer Millennial tree that's worrying about your child like wonders ultra millennial coded? Yeah, they got my ass. They got my ass. My final response is that I'm Zoomer coded because people think I'm 23.
Get to that a little bit later in the show.
That's my final response to the allegations.
But I want to again
the millennial allegations.
Chorus is not involved in content creation. They're not involved in content creation. They don't direct content. They don't pay for content. They don't subsidize content. They don't sponsor content. They don't restrict content. They don't require anything in terms of content of creators. They've never suggested, David, why don't you do the story? Or David, why don't you stay away from the story? It just doesn't exist. It's a scholarship and support incubator for creators. There are very small channels. There are larger.
Sorry, so what is the claim?
Suggested, David, why don't you do the story? Or David, why don't you stay away from the story? Chorus is not involved in content creation. They're not involved in content creation. They don't direct content. They don't pay for content. They don't subsidize content. They don't sponsor content. They don't restrict content. They don't require anything in terms of content of creators. They've never suggested, David, why don't you do the story? Or David, why don't you stay away from the story? It just doesn't exist. It's a scholarship and support incubator for creators. There are very small channels. There are larger creators like Aaron Parnas and I. The idea here is grow the left-wing ecosystem. Now, because of a misleading article and even more confused commentary from other creators who simply read the article, in some cases misunderstood it, went on and did stories about it, some people have decided to cancel the David Pakman Show. I don't know how to fix that part yet.
I'm getting canceled.
What we have here is Brian Tyler Cohen coming out and raising money for a project he doesn't take a penny from. It's not nefarious subterfuge of any kind. It's Brian. Of course I supported it because I know Brian and I know his intentions, and it's a great thing. Now, maybe the worst part of this
left wing, yeah, these guys think they're part of the left.
Is that other creators, some, although most now are kind of like there's no story here, but some creators in the first 48 hours took the Wired story and expanded it with even more outrageous claims, suggesting that
I see. So
it's APAC or IPAC. I don't even know how it's pronounced. APAC.
You don't. This is the first time I'm hearing of the organization
that is funding this show or other.
I don't even know how it's pronounced. Is killer.
It's not true. That the DNC is involved. Not true. The result is that a lot of people in my audience have become confusedly furious with me, and some have canceled memberships. It takes years to build enough trust with someone that they say, I'm going to pay for this, and it takes seconds for them to cancel it. Others have unsubscribed from YouTube and other platforms. There are people now not just hoping for us to fail, but monitoring to see if we do have the failure. I don't want to let those people have the satisfaction. So we estimate about 6,000 YouTube subscribers out of 3.3 something million, about 6,000 YouTube subscribers have canceled. Now, during the same period of time, 5,000
So 6,000 out of 3.3 million have canceled. That's not material harm. Like subscription count is far.
Have signed up, but 6,000 have canceled. I'm not asking them to come back. Many of them have made their decision. If they decide
That's not like you can't argue material harm from fucking a payless
to come
subscription.
back, great. What I am asking is, if you're a regular watcher on YouTube and you're not subscribed, there's about 4 million of you, consider subscribing. If you listen to the audio podcast, you don't watch on YouTube, but you have a Google account, consider subscribing. If you watch on TikTok, consider subscribing on YouTube. There's no downside, there's no cost. And of course, remember that this show primarily is funded by direct memberships at joinpacman.com. Now let's get to the defamation issue. Over the last few days, I've consulted with some of the top defamation attorneys in the country, lawyers who have won some of the largest verdicts, I think, in US history. And one thing I appreciate about good lawyers is they give you the full story up front. And most lawyers I
guess what is I'm sorry, I'm just skimming through the article. Zoomer multitasking. The article, I guess this is the biggest, she also, I'm sure, consulted a lawyer for this. Some creators also raised concerns about a slew of restrictive clauses in the contract. Because you're reporting something objective. You're like, I have the message where the creator says, this feels restrictive of me. I guess is that unless I'm missing something with my skim reading. Just like listed people. Politics go like these are fake accounts. These aren't real. It's a whole different world of politics online that I am just not privy to. Influencers are not allowed to disclose their relationship with Chorus. That they're being funded. I guess that's really where the story of like restrictive stuff is you can't mention it. They were told that Chorus appreciates the work they were doing online. Part of the first cohort of a new program. Expressed concern about some stipulations. According to copies of the contract, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. Have to loop Chorus in on any independently organized engagements with government officials. Right, so this isn't about a thing that a person can say. It's about is the American version of Syrian Girl. It's about who you're allowed to meet and on what circumstances. Want to work with another politician, I have to fully collaborate with them. Creators in the program are not allowed to use any funds or resources that they receive as part of the program to make content that supports or opposes any political candidate or campaign. But that's interesting, though. Is that to make content that it supports or opposes any political campaign without... So they have to, according to the article, they have to ask permission to support or oppose certain campaigns. So if Chorus is we don't like Zoran, we don't like that direction for the party, and fucking David Pacman, who I'm sure he loves Zoran Mamdani, or Politics Girl, if Politics Girl wants to talk about how she likes the grocery stores, I'm not actually sure what that means specifically. Because you use the resources. The contracts reviewed by Wire prohibit standard partnership disclosures, declaring that creators will not publicize their relationship without Chorus's prior express consent. Which again here is when someone is well...
I've dealt with discourage litigation. They give you all the downsides. If you go to a lawyer and they go, oh, this is a slam dunk, let's start litigation tomorrow. I've learned to be skeptical of those lawyers. And most lawyers try to talk you out of litigation unless you, number one, really understand what you're getting into.
Okay, they also forbid creators from disclosing the identity of any funder. Advantages to housing this program. So I think that's the... Okay, so...
And number two, you really want to do it. Now, I have not decided as of this moment whether to file a lawsuit. I'm not even going to name potential defendants in this segment. There's no reason to, but there would be multiple. If I were successful, the upside in theory would be I've cleared my name, at least in some generic sense, and that would be great. But there are some significant downsides to getting involved in that. Number one.
So what did he specifically say wasn't going on?
Supporters anyway, and we're going to get to that a little bit later in the show. But I want to again say, Chorus is not involved in content creation. They're not involved in content creation. They don't direct content. They don't pay for content. They don't subsidize content. They don't sponsor content. They don't restrict content. They don't require anything in terms of content of creators. They've never suggested, David, why don't you do the story? Or David, why don't you stay away from the story?
I'm trying to think of whether that's like a technically skidding around the thing she's saying, because on the one hand,
content, they don't pay for
they don't pay for content, and then on the is the claim that they're not paying him though?
They've never suggested, David, why don't you do the story? Or
And then they've never suggested, David, why don't you do the story? Is different. Is it different? I don't know. I guess this is all legal speak. Both of this and this have been prepared by lawyers. Not allowed to use any funds to make content that supports or opposes any political candidate. But that's different than Chorus suggesting that he doesn't or does not make content. I mean, I would imagine with the vast majority, like, yeah, I mean, I would imagine with the vast majority of these cases, that doesn't have to be done at all. Like, the creators understand what's in the contract. The coordination isn't
David,
required.
why don't you stay away from this story? That it just doesn't exist. It's a scholarship and support incubator for creators. There are very small channels. There are larger creators like Aaron Parnas and I. The idea here is grow the left-wing ecosystem. Now, because of a misleading article and even more confused commentary from other creators who simply read the article, in some cases misunderstood it, went on and did story.
And then the some creators not understanding it relates to the claims I saw of like that you have to ask, like, that Chorus controls everything that a person says. Whereas this is a lot more kind of wink nudge, which is what you would expect. I mean, the thing about this story is that it's not surprising to me at all. I mean, I think it makes everyone involved look bad, but it's like I already looked at them poorly.
Stories about it. Some people have decided to cancel the David Pakman show. I don't know how to fix that part yet. What I'm
getting canceled because I lost 6,000 YouTube subscribers.
Here is Brian Tyler Cohen coming out and raising money for a project he doesn't take a penny from. It's not nefarious subterfuge of any kind. It's Brian. Of course I supported it because I know Brian and I know his intentions, and it's a great thing. Now, maybe the worst part of this is that other creators, some, although most now are kind of like there's no story here, but some creators in the first 48 hours took the Wired story and expanded it with even more outrageous claims, suggesting that it's APAC or IPAC. I don't even know how it's pronounced. IPAC, that is funding this show or other creators. Of course, not true. That the DNC is involved, not true. The result is that a lot of people in my audience have become confusedly furious with me, and some have canceled memberships. It takes years to build enough trust with someone that they say, I'm going to pay for this, and it takes seconds for them to canceled memberships. It takes that a lot of people in my audience have become confusedly furious with me, and some have canceled memberships.
So it's interesting. The number he gives is subscription count. So he lost 6,000 out of his 3 million free subscribers, and he says some have canceled memberships.
It takes years to build enough trust with someone that they say, I'm going to pay for this, and it takes seconds for them to cancel it. Others have unsubscribed from YouTube and other platforms. There are people now, not just hoping for us to fail, but monitoring to see if we do have the failure. I don't want to let those people have the satisfaction. So we estimate about 6,000 YouTube subscribers out of 3.3 something million, about 6,000 YouTube subscribers have canceled. Now, during the same period of time, 5,000 have signed up, but 6,000 have canceled. I'm not asking them to come back. Many of them have made their decision. If they decide to come back, great.
Yeah, I mean, someone just mentioned, like, if you are a figure online, you never apologize. You just never, there's no reason to ever apologize. I remember, like, recently I mentioned, I think it was a joke comment to my friend in a message about, like, my, like, waist to hip ratio. Because I was like, oh, I'm curvy or whatever. And then someone was like, you're doing ED content. Because I didn't realize, like, I feel like I associate myself getting curvier the more that I gain weight. That's been a thing I've been trying to do, is, like, make sure I have a normal, healthy relationship with food and gain more weight. Erectiles, ED is eating disorder stuff. So I made it, like, that person blocked me and I got some likes. And then I just apologized. I'm like, I didn't realize that I don't encourage, like, ED stuff. I think it's really bad. And all the like, there was a couple replies where it was like, it was fucking obvious. And it's like, what do you want from me? What's the point of, what is this doing? And then it's like, the reason I did that was just for myself, because it's like, I don't know, I don't want anyone thinking that I'm posting anything related to, like, pro anorexia, eating disorder stuff. But it's like, yeah, I mean, whenever you apologize online, I will say it is a thing of like, people are like, this is a weakness and I can now jump in. Person who wasn't involved in this in the first place to be like, it's actually pretty fucking obvious and you should kill yourself or whatever. It's not a lefty problem. It's an everything on the internet problem. Everyone's like this. So yeah, I mean, of course, especially in this instance, especially for David Pakman, you're going to double down on what, regardless of the.
What I am asking is, if you're a regular watcher on YouTube and you're not subscribed, there's about 4 million of you, consider subscribing. If you listen to the audio podcast, you don't watch on YouTube, but you have a Google account, consider subscribing. If you watch on TikTok, consider subscribing on YouTube. There's no downside, there's no cost. And of course, remember that this show primarily is funded by direct memberships at joinpakman.com. Now let's get to the defamation issue. Over the last few days, I've consulted with some of the top defamation attorneys in the country. Lawyers understand what you're getting into. And number two, you really want to do it. Now, I have not decided as of this moment whether to file a lawsuit. I'm not even going to name potential.
Playing the apology video, yeah, because it's like, look, I was so damaged. I had a net minus 1,000 YouTube subscribers because of this story.
Defendants in this segment. There's no reason to, but there would be multiple. If I were successful, the upside in theory would be I've cleared my name, at least in some generic sense, and that would be great. But there are some significant.
But the point, I'm confused about this, because the point he's saying is like, the main defamation here really comes from other people spinning the story into something even bigger. And that the story itself is a nothing burger. But I'm also going to sue her for the nothing burger that isn't a real story.
Downsides to getting involved in that. Number one is the cost. Unless you're
6,000 is negative $0 because you can subscribe for free on the internet on YouTube.
In a highly public situation like the Sandy.
He said he presented it in a really tricky way because he was like, I've lost a bunch of subscribers and some people. No. He didn't talk about pay memberships. He said, I lost a bunch of subscribers and some people have even stopped paying for it. I've lost 6,000 subscribers on YouTube out of my 3 million. He doesn't say how many people specifically stopped paying him to make it seem like it's bigger, because 6,000 is a big number.
Hook parents suing Alex Jones or some of these other scenarios. You're not going to.
That's a crazy comparison.
To get a lawyer to take the case on contingency. Meaning.
But the thing about it is 5% rebate. He mentioned he gained 5,000 YouTube subscribers in that same time. So if we transfer this, it was probably fine. You're probably the lawyer fees here for consulting a lawyer. I wonder, unless some lawyer is doing fucking pro bono work on this for you.
You start paying legal fees immediately. And I've been advised this could take 6 figures in legal fees just to get to the end without even a guarantee of getting the money back, right? I mean, hopefully you win, but winning can depend even on technicalities like what states are these lawsuits filed in. So that's the first consideration. Secondly, a case like this probably takes 12 to 18 months.
So he didn't actually talk about any specific claims, though.
And I'll admit, it would be.
And he said it's ridiculous. He said the idea that. Did he contest that Chorus was paying him, or was it a tricky thing? The idea that Chorus is telling him, don't run this story, and that you should run this story is a fiction.
Extraordinarily stressful. I am not litigious by nature. I think all of you know that. I've never sued anybody. It would be stressful. It would be time consuming. Remember, I'm newborn at home. And it also likely would take me away from the show. And so part of it is a conversation with my audience. Is it best for the show? Is the audience best served by 12 to 18 months of litigation instead of just focusing on the show and focusing on the baby? And then number 3.
To Fantano. Honestly, look, Your Honor, I don't know why that is. I don't really watch Fantano. I clicked on the Young Thug situation video and I watched it for like a second. It's actually 3.
Is the reality of the outcome. Imagine
it's fine. I don't know.
Months and I win, right? Imagine I win. Maybe there's a financial settlement. Maybe not. But even then.
He never denied being in the contract, but he said they didn't control his content.
The damage, to the extent that there will be damage, is mostly going to be done. Am I really going to go 15 months from now and show the people that did abandon the show right now the victory? And are they then going to come back?
Which is not that many
most
people.
Defamation cases don't even go to trial. They end in a settlement. The settlement often includes that no one can talk about the settlement. So it's also like, if at the end of all of that, 6 figures in legal fees and all of this, if there is a settlement, okay, I get some money, but is it even really the public victory that might help from a publicity?
So this is he's not going to sue.
City standpoint, especially if it's a settlement no one's allowed to talk about. So
that's
what I'm contending with right now. The damage, the possibilities of a defamation lawsuit.
What was the Juliana lady? The Zoomer. I know Ettingermentum, I think it was him, I think it was Josh that said something interesting, is that like all of this actual sponsorship of Zoomer Democrat content isn't actually for young people. What was her statement on it? It's to show boomers that there are engaged Zoomers. It's like, look at the young people we have on board. And all of the content is just gauged to boomers. Yeah, what a smart young lady. Look, we really do have the... Where's the...
Because it's just sort of frustrating. Everyone is willing to just believe lies.
The article that Taylor Lorenz wrote about me and a number of other content creators who are part of the Chorus cohort is filled with factual inaccuracies. First and foremost, we are not paid to make content. We are not paid by the Democratic Party. Chorus.
So again, I don't think that was there a specific claim that they were paid to make content? They're not paid by the Democratic Party. It's like something else.
Does not have any creative control over any of the content that I make, over any of the people that I talk to. And
I guess that is a separate claim. That is a distinct claim. Because this does make the claim that they have some creative... Is creative control a funky thing? Is like a lawyer speak? That sounds like it's disagreeing with it.
They have never and will never tell me what I can or cannot say. The contract that we signed...
They can't tell me what I can or cannot say.
Does not pay us for content. It is the same as somebody giving seed money to a small business to build their infrastructure.
Well, I think that's what she claims
so that
there.
that business can go
also, it's like, okay, for sure.
Go on to be self-sustaining in the future. That is effectively what Chorus is. It offers small creators and content creators technical trainings and operational guidance on how to build their own long-term self-sustainable platforms.
So it's paying you to have a bigger platform?
If you want to get into the weeds about all of those things, you can go watch the videos that were posted by Elizabeth Booker Houston and Ali O'Brien. So. By the way, two people who are part of this cohort.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like I've just straightforward. Some people are saying it's a nothing burger. I guess in a certain sense it is. Because it's like, I mean, of course the Democrats are paying... Of course the Democrats are paying these content creators... So that one, they can get bigger, because if you're getting enough money, then it's like you can put more into your pro-Democrat platform. And then two, that it's like it's not a thing of like you have to send it to the group chat to ask permission for a video to get released. It's like just a wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Like, you know where your money, you know, you're not gonna bite the hand that feeds. I don't know. I guess I don't know a lot of the specific details of to the extent of how subtle that is compared to how overt it is. But I kind of don't care. Just makes sense to me. It's like, yeah, you are someone who's bought by the Dems.
Who have been
like that's a pretty
consistently critical of the Democratic Party since all of this started, which debunks the other claim you have, which is that we...
Being critical of the Democratic Party didn't seem like... The point was that Chorus would have some sort of control over whether you could use the money from Chorus to speak negatively or positively against a specific campaign that people in Chorus didn't want.
We have to be nice and uncritical of the Democratic Party. It might be easy to convince people on the outside and to convince other creators that the things that you're saying about 1630 and about Omidyar and about journalism.
My favorite response I saw was like, Hassan Piker is criticizing all of these people, which is obviously, you know that someone is like in a losing argument when they're attacking the left by bringing in Hassan Piker when he like doesn't have anything to do with the story. It's like, oh, we're taking dark money. Have you considered Hassan Piker has a big house? But, Hassan Piker criticizes us for this when he worked for the Young Turks, who is explicitly sponsored by political groups.
Are all true. Unlike a lot of other creators and people on the outside, I have experience in the nonprofit world, the nonprofit compliance world, and in journalism, which is why I am absolutely dumbfounded that your article was even published in the first place. When you submit a piece of content or a piece of writing to someone in an editorial manner, they go through a rigorous fact-checking process. So the fact that your article, which was riddled with factual inaccuracies, was published in the first place is mind-boggling.
It does seem like, again, it's someone who's speaking around, like, she hasn't quoted from this. She's just saying we haven't been funded.
Me. And you're also trying to convince people that the problem here is accepting dark money and that there's a lack of disclosure. Well, Taylor, once again, you're either a liar, a hypocrite, misinformed, bad at your job, or maybe a combination of all of those.
So that seems like a concrete claim, right? Although dark money, like, no, she uses it in the title. So that does seem like an explicit claim made
You
here.
yourself have received funding from Omidyar through their reporter.
Wait, so she's not even denying it? Hold on.
Lack of disclosure. Well, Taylor, once again, they go through a rigorous fact-checking process. So the fact that your article, which was riddled with factual inaccuracies,
So it's riddled with factual inaccuracies. Let's talk about this thing about the dark money and receiving money
in the first place is mind-boggling to me. And you're also trying to convince people that the problem here is accepting dark money and that there's a lack of disclosure. Well, Taylor, once again, you're either a liar, a hypocrite.
So those are, we've finally gotten to a concrete claim made in the article, which is lack of disclosure and dark
misinformed, bad at
money.
your job, or maybe a combination of all of those. You yourself have received funding from Omidyar through their Reporters in Residence program.
But I am in a reporting fellowship that is an LLC that is completely separate from even the organization, the nonprofit organization of the Omidyar Network.
1630 Fund is a fiscal sponsor. It is a larger charity that houses smaller charities for the sake of logistics and operations.
The LLC that I'm part of has not accepted any money from the 1630 Fund.
You, Taylor, receive money for independent journalism infrastructure building from the Omidyar Network. Whether you're accepting it from the nonprofit or from an LLC, you are still accepting money from the same funding pool.
It's not political, it's nonpartisan, and I'm being paid as part of a reporting fellowship. It has nothing to do with politics.
Yeah, Taylor, so are we. Because Chorus is a non-partisan non-profit. It is not an entity of the Democratic Party. You are in the same structured program.
Really, no one's saying, I'm not
So she's not
taking money from any
denying
dark
it, I
money
guess?
group. I'm just not. And if I ever did, I would tell you.
When you go to your Substack, there's no disclosure that you have had any kind of operational or seed funding for your independent journalism pursuits, which is how I know that you know the difference between being paid for content and being paid to grow your own independent infrastructure. If you were following your own ethical guidelines that you put on all of us, you would have a disclosure on your Substack, and yet you don't. I am part of Chorus. I accepted money to be part of a technical and operational training program and a mentorship program. I have absolutely no shame about being part of Chorus. I am someone who has been on my own, working and busting my ass since I was 19 years old to be able to build a better life for my children and give them the safety and security I never
Are you like 20?
had. And next year, when I go back to college and I'm able to finish and become the first person in my family to graduate from college, I will have absolutely no guilt in accepting money to make myself more independent in the future. And the fact that you have the
Okay, so it's true. This article is correct then. This is the only thing I can come out of this with, is that it's entirely correct.
audacity.
There was no... She said there's a bunch of factual inaccuracies, and it seems like she didn't... The only actual concrete claim she brings up is the dark money funding, to basically say, like, Taylor, you're also receiving the same funding from the same funding pool. Toasty, thank you for the prime.
And say that they are corrupt and that they are twisted for taking money that could help them build a platform that could sustain them and their families for the rest of their life is disgusting, and you should be embarrassed and ashamed of yourself. Especially because you yourself have taken the same exact money. To everyone out there who's watching this, who you may still not believe in me, you may not find me trustworthy, you may think that I'm a paid Democratic shill, that's fine. It's within your right to...
Okay. I feel like that does just... It is, I will say... Yeah, is this tweet. The funny thing about all this DNC dark money drama is if Taylor's reporting is accurate, Olivia is contractually obligated by Chorus and the 1630 Fund to say exactly this. I mean, yeah, this is exactly the response you would expect if this was pretty much exactly true. Okay. I don't know, to the extent to which that's like a thing that's like obvious, of course the Democratic Party is giving seed money and kind of at the very least winking and nudging at the people they're paying to not be critical of the Democratic Party. To the extent that that's like either a thing that obviously was happening, or whether it's horrific, or whether it's both, I don't know. I assume that was happening.
Is that
And stuff, thank you. It's politics. Do you see this coming during the 2024? Well, I know that Kai Cenat talked about Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton is a crazy Freudian slip. Kamala Harris like offering to do a stream and paying him money. And I mean, I know that Trump was doing that. And I mean, of course, after the fact, where they're like, we need to get the youth vote or whatever. The idea of doing it through like Politics Girl and David Pakman is really funny though. Come on, Call Her Daddy was great. They want a Joe Rogan of the left, which I guess is David Pakman. Has anyone said David A. Pakman? Is that a good one? That's funny. There we go, David A. Pakman. Yeah. That's a funny one. All of Hassan's chat. God damn it. Mike from FA. I'm sure Mike has said it. I'm sure Mike has said it. Because that's the thing is, it's like, look, if you're just saying like, look, man, I think that Hamas bombed those hospitals. If you're just doing that for free, that's probably worse. It's so cool that it's like you can have been right about Israel like immediately after the conflict started, and all these like liberals had to just be like dragged across. I mean, I don't even know if a lot of them are still not on like the quote unquote right side of history on this. And then it's, there was just so much conflict about this, of people being like, no, I just think you guys are wrong. I think that Hamas just loves bombing its own hospitals, and Israel would never do that. That now they can just like pretend everything is like, yeah, we've always supported a ceasefire. Hutch is the funniest one because you could tell he was so mad that he wasn't getting paid, that he's just like doing it for free. He does it for free. It's awesome. You could sense that in the replies of like, first off, this isn't actually a big deal, and second off, if the Democratic Party would like to contact me about this. I don't know. I'm actually not sure about the concrete details. I mean, surely if there's stuff that's said in there that is provably, demonstrably wrong. I mean, Wire's serious enough. You would think that there would be some sort of meaningful retraction. That was so funny. The Hutch being friends with Molestany until like 4 months ago. Was it him? I think it was him who brought up like, actually, that's the same as Hassan being friends with All Overworld. Like, oh, it's like Molestany has been a psychopath for like 10 years. All Overworld stuff just like came out of left field, and then immediately Hassan stopped associating with him. Also, the shit Destiny did was like potentially criminal. Like, it's really fucking bad. I mean, they're both, I don't want to. It's like, yeah, anyone who looks at Destiny's feed can understand the way that he is. Right? Like, it's really like, maybe in 2019 he was trying to like, he had that big thing with like he was trying to support some like Democratic mayoral candidate. And eventually they had to like cut ties with him because he wanted to be like a serious politics guy, but he's too much of like a sociopath that he just says so much evil shit that he like. That's honestly like the resentment towards Hassan is because Hassan is becoming like a serious politics guy who has like a say in how politics happens. He's like an influence in it as an influencer. But Destiny is just like such like, you would never want to associate with him, especially with like the Democrat, is Omaha mayor, who had to like, they had to distance themselves from him because it was like, did you hear he said this evil thing? He's political poison, exactly. Um, I love molestiny as a phrase. Because that shit is really bad. I don't understand how those like messages between him and that like minor got leaked. He's messaging her like C.S. Epstein. Epstein is good too. He's messaging her like, I want you to give me head in the car right before you go home to your parents and shit. Like it's like he shares everything, yeah. No, that's a I heard Hassan say molestiny, and I was like, that's a good one. I like that. Um, maybe don't repeat that verbatim. What did I say? You said, did I say I like molestiny? Is that the bad? Okay, I won't say that. I will. That would be crazy. Is like a Nambla guy who's like, welcome aboard, Destiny. Surely there's someone like that. Oh, the quoting Destiny? Okay. I mean, I guess so. That is something that kind of made me insane doing the science in transition series with like a surprisingly large and I've consulted a lawyer about this. The only people I'm talking about here are people who are already dead. Surprisingly large amount of people um, related to the creating the ideology of anti-trans backlash who like have like pedophile allegations, and like but like how big like pedophile advocacy was in the latter half of the 20th century. Like they had a surprisingly large like institution of guys who were like, yeah, pedophilia. Um, Trying to develop some sort of like ideology that justifies it. Um, but yeah, I made that it maybe I don't know if it sounded like a joke on Chapo, but it was not. We did consult a lawyer about certain people, and I was like, that's too much risk. So the Sartre thing is not Sartre himself. I believe Foucault looks at least at the very least worse. Although the thing the Tunisia thing feels unsubstantiated, is my understanding. That specific petition was to make the age of consent for gay sex the same as straight sex. Because there's this idea that like, well, gay people are pedophiles and you can't trust them with 16-year-olds or whatever, but straight people you can. Like that's the 20th century French image of consent. And so there's like the Tunisia thing is a right and correct. You didn't really know Foucault. Yeah, that's my understanding. So you had a coalition of like anti-homophobes, which this is a thing that is like vaguely a part of early, like you can see sometimes in like early queer liberation stuff. And thankfully it is no longer a part of it. But in that specific instance, there was a weird coalition between, I guess, anti-homophobes and gay pedophiles, which doesn't feel good to say out loud. And is not like a structural thing, and is not, especially now, no longer part of the. And it's also a distinctly French thing, of course. The In Philosophy has a good video on it. Oh yeah, I'm sure. That guy rocks. He's like McGill, isn't he? He's like a Montrealer. It is so hot in my apartment. What else is going on? Oh, I mean in Britain, yeah. There's a lot going on in Britain, unfortunately. You would wish for just in general less things to be going on in Britain, because they're usually up to no good. Oh, I've been watching Twin Peaks, and I got to like the killer reveal, and I have conflicting feelings about it, but I really liked it. Twin Peaks rocks, man. I love Lynch. Which I guess, speaking of child sexual abuse, because that's what that's clearly about. With like the reveal, I guess spoiler if you're not gonna, about like that it was actually Laura Palmer's dad who raped and murdered her, but that he was like possessed. Which is, I guess, like an analogy for the cycle of child sexual abuse. It has like a very sympathetic depiction of Leland as like someone who himself has been like abused from an early age and is like, I guess, perpetuating the cycle. I mean, in the literal example, it's not his fault at all, and it's Bob and he was possessed, but obviously things mean more than they have a latent meaning that can be interpreted, understood. So sympathetic. Yeah, I gotta watch the movie. Because a part of me is like, well, there's this kind of abolitionist attitude of like, we have to understand the cycle of abuse, which I think is good. And I think it's kind of fascinating to see that thought about or thought through in a television show. Like, so the oddly like nuanced kind of image of how like harm is repeated or whatever. But then it's like, is it too nuanced? Because Leland, it's the thing that it made me think of is the book, The Shining, compared to the movie. I'm shamefully ripping this from a tweet I saw because I was like, that's a perfect way of articulating that distinction. Is like the Shining movie is like one of the only movies I've seen that I'm like, it's decidedly better than the book. It uses the medium in a better way to make the point, and the point it lands on is far more powerful. Which is to say, especially the book is an analogy for drug addiction and alcoholism, and Stephen King is himself an addict, a former addict, and so like he looks at Jack Torrance, who becomes possessed by the hotel and starts doing bad shit, in a sympathetic way. The end of the book, Torrance is like kind of released from his grip. The true evil is the hotel. And, you know, it's a little bit more fantastic, a little bit more ridiculous. Like, it's the center of the hotel and the boiler, and they have to destroy it. And Torrance has this redeeming moment in The Shining, in the book. In the movie, like, there's no redemption. Like, there's no, it's him. He did that. He tried to kill his family. That's what he became. There's no sympathetic end turn. It's not that it is the hotel. I mean, it is technically. Although I don't know, the lore is kind of, you know, it's its own self. It kind of doesn't matter, I guess, is the point. Because Kubrick is taking it and making it something better, I think. And seeing Leland, and maybe it's different in the movie for Twin Peaks, but seeing how Leland was portrayed there, it felt a lot more like book Shining. I've never read Doctor Sleep. Is it good? I should read it. I do like Stephen King. Like Torrance is like an unredeemable. I don't know, like, yeah, I think that Kubrick, like Stephen King, flinches because it's about him. I don't have a Goodreads account. I should. I had a very silly thought like a couple months ago. I was like, they should make Letterboxd, but for books. The movie, I don't want to watch the movie because that's gonna be hard. It is Goodreads. Yeah, that was the Great reading, yeah. That would be a great one. After all 3 seasons, really? What is it chronologically? I guess it's before? Because I assumed it was first 2 seasons movie, 3rd season, because the 3rd season's way later, right? Please watch chronologically. Okay. I didn't finish the rehearsal season 2. I forgot to. I was too busy. Just watching yesterday. Okay, that's what I was gonna do. I said is Fire Walk with Me a prequel? Missing Pieces. I didn't know what that was. It's a 2014 film. Oh, it's an deleted and extended scenes from Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me. Okay, I guess I'll watch those too. This isn't incomprehensible with okay. That's what I call my wife. That's so true. My beautiful wife who I love. I'm just kidding, I'm single. But yeah, so I don't know how I feel about it. It feels overly sympathetic. I'm happy to hear that Leland is a much less sympathetic character in Fire Walk with Me. Honestly, there no more Andor. Andor is the end of season 2 is the end of it because it goes right into Rogue One. I do like honestly didn't think about how the oddly like sympathetic who's Laura's boyfriend? Like he's really the only one who seems to recognize that they were all complicit in Laura's, not James, fucking James. I hate James. Bobby, yeah. Bobby's like an oddly sympathetic character given like how he's introduced. I fucking hate James. I'm currently in the James like MILF arc, which is just very confusing to me. It was very funny. But yeah, no, I think it's great. Season 2 is not as good as season 1. Chat was telling me a part of that is like studio interference. So I hope season 3, I've been told it's like the weirdest one, which is good. Oh, did I just disconnect? Did Twitch just... Oh no, it's my chat. Okay. My chat just disconnected for a second. I was gonna get tilted again. Because last time Twitch just like fucked up in the middle of the stream and I had to restart. Yeah, I'm like... The way that like harm against women is portrayed and dealt with in Twin Peaks is really like refreshing, especially for a television series, especially one written by a man. There are definitely parts of it you can find gross. It is funny, like the Audrey Dale Cooper dynamic is so funny because the actress Audrey is 25 and Dale Cooper, Kyle MacLachlan is 30 at the time of the first season, which is a perfectly acceptable age gap, right? You see, like seeing it, it's like, well, that's fine. But then it's like a weird, but I don't know. That's Alleged Promise, yeah. Women in Peril, yes. There is something you have to feel bitter about in relation to stories that like center just women who are harmed. But I think it's done surprisingly well. I know the character is 18, but the actress is like 25. I don't know how old canonically Dale Cooper is supposed to be, but Kyle MacLachlan is like 30. which Twin Peaks character? Please send it. This is great content. This is my favorite, like, those sort of like BuzzFeed quizzes are like my microdosing astrology. You know, because it's like you get to like, oh, this is the character I've been placed in, and it means nothing, and it's completely arbitrary because this quiz isn't very good. But it's like, but I am. What if did someone categorize? I mean, I guess Dune Messiah wasn't. Messiah is the least memorable. Of course, it's actually BuzzFeed. Okay, let's see. Let's see, chat. What are you grabbing at the diner? I gotta go cherry pie. I gotta go cherry pie. Oh, there's more. I don't know. Yeah. You're spending a month in a small town. Outdoor, be super nosy, see what money I can make. I live somewhere like this anyways. See what way I can look out for the people here. I'm a natural born protector. I guess I just meander around. Which of these jobs appeals to you most? Small town vigilante. I do love how it's like they're just like very obvious which one you're supposed to like. Paid to do nothing, obviously. That's what I. What do you think this is? How well do you sleep? My partner keeps me awake working all night. I only sleep soundly when justice is served. None of these. I think it's probably this. It's really annoying. I just like always wake up at 8:30 now. So I'm trying to get a better sleep schedule. Like I'm trying to go to bed earlier because I'm just gonna be up at 8:30. I don't know why. This is something that's happened in my like late 20s. I don't know why. I want to pick that one. Which of these relates to your experience of dreaming? Dreams give me great material to annoy my friends with cryptic advice. Answers to all my problems. I like this one. I like communing with my dreams. They tell me things about my psyche. Do you like getting to know people? Yes, but they won't know me. I've got all the friends I need. Yes, for the gossip. Honestly, maybe I'll do this one. It can be fun. I don't like it being about myself, but I do like hearing gossip. What's my ideal holiday? 5-star hotel, Vegas, romantic road trip, a fishing village. I feel like it'd be cool to go to. Of all of these, I feel like Tibet is a much more interesting. Pick something to wear. It's awesome, man. No, I'm going this one. What's your dating life like? I'm unfortunately a heartbreaker. I've been told this by multiple people recently, unfortunately. What are you driving? I love the old fucking cars. Did I talk about that on stream? It's because I'm so sweet, and then I'm like, sorry, I don't want to be with you. I talked about that. I saw a really old ass car. No, I hate motorcycles. I hate motorcycles so much. And I was like admiring it, and the guy made eye contact with me, and he honked his horn, and it was literally a fucking like awooga. And I was like, that's unreal. I didn't realize, for some reason I hadn't processed it, that was actually like a noise that cars made. And I was like, it was in like I was around people at the crosswalk, and I was looking at like no one reacted, and I was like, that's the funniest thing I've seen in my whole life. It's a klaxon. I think this one. This is like the car I always have in it's an incredibly basic choice, but I always go like the in Super Mario or Mario Kart. It's like the Peach or Daisy where it's pink and they have like the sun hat, and then this pink car. An ideal home. I mean, this one's pretty cool. Okay. I like, she's pretty. You desire to want something to look out for. This is the, I get my like microdose of astrology from like which is my favorite like vacation place. You're more independent than you give yourself credit for, and you know when it's time to stand up for yourself. You care for the people that show you respect. You certainly don't need anyone to rescue you. Yeah, I do. Klaxon there. That's awesome. How good the cars to get to home in Kennedy style? Exactly. Makes you think. The Twin Peaks BuzzFeed quiz Down to Earth by Adorno. Exactly. Yes, this is the. I gotta stop talking about my zany, kooky experiences in Vancouver, though, because you get people quote tweeting you, and it's like, this didn't happen. That happened with my most recent tweet about the drive-by catcall, where someone was like, "Oh, it pissed me off. It pissed me off too much because I can see it like it's in my mind as someone being like, you're fucking lying. You didn't understand a basic interaction." 100,000 likes. But in my defense, he definitely. It was on the sea. This happened to me when I was on the seawall, which, if you don't know, is a really big walk around the coast of Vancouver City, and a bit more. That's like, it's very specifically divided between a big walkway and then a place for bikes. And like, most people like don't bike on the walkway. It's like a thing. It's like a decorum thing. And I was walking on a part of it, like there's a lot of space, and a guy came up to me on a bike. And then like as he's passing me, he's like, nice behind. And like, I think a British accent, I don't know. And then he just like kind of stared at me cheekily as he like kept riding, and he just like looked at me. But he was not alerting me that he was behind me. There was no possible way that that was what happened. That's the problem with tweeting about things that really happen. Like, someone said that about the Awuga thing, where he phrased it as a compliment. It was very strange. Of like, I'm impressed that you found this to make up. I'm impressed you made up this story. Like, it's like the whimsy required or whatever to come up with this obviously fictional story is like genuinely impressive. And it's like, shit just happens to me, man. I don't know. I feel like I am a person that things just happen to them. You know what I mean? And then I get to tweet about them. I feel like that's any. It's really. I think maybe the difference is that I'm not used to living in a city. Like, Vancouver is the densest. I mean, Vancouver is actually a very dense city. Vancouver is the biggest city I've lived in, and so I walk around and there's a lot of people, and people just interact with you. I didn't realize Vancouver is like the 4th densest city in North America. And it's not very big. Like, Vancouver City itself is quite small. Only downtown though, yeah. Otherwise it's very not dense. I've just never lived in a dense city before. It rocks. I love it. Mexico City, New York, Chicago, the Couve. I think so. That sounds right. Maybe not Chicago. No, I think it's SF instead of Chicago. Montreal is actually kind of washed, like a little bit. In terms of, no, it's got a decent public transit. I liked my stay in Montreal. I don't think Montreal is especially dense. I was up in Vancouver a month ago and it became marginally denser than when I stepped in. That is how it works. You know, you're not stuck in traffic, you are traffic. One thing I noticed about Montreal is that it's kind of stinky. Maybe this is like Vancouver is a different standard, but there is like just a lot of garbage left out. Construction is also horrific. But it does have a charm to it. Casual explain it's from Vancouver. That makes a lot of sense to me. I don't even say that in a rude way. It makes sense to me. Vancouver is Canadian Seattle, but it's better than Seattle and a lot less white. It's like if there wasn't a freeway in the a 13-lane freeway in the middle of Seattle, and the downtown was actually really walkable. And it's also just less white. Yes, yes, that was what I heard as well, Tubman. I didn't know. It sounds so ridiculous. I didn't want to repeat it. But apparently, like a lot of construction contracts still come from the mob, which is why they never get anything done, and it's like really poorly planned. Right, I guess Seattle is controlled by. There's a surprisingly large amount of big companies that come out of Seattle. Vancouver cops never did week-long riots on commission for tech companies to speed up gentrification. But Vancouver cops have done quite a bit that's bad, though. The VPD is very evil. I mean, I guess there's no... Does any leftist live in a city and they're like, I actually think my cops are kind of chill? Your construction, that isn't why? Okay. Because it sounded... I trust chat too much, but that did sound a little bit too ridiculous to be fully true. That's the thing people say in Montreal, though. Was it Silicon Valley the 80s and 90s? I see. Yeah, that's not going to do good for you. That's not going to do good for you for your city life. You think San Diego PD are the worst? I've never heard. Because LAPD I've heard. Like that's like everyone knows the LAPD. Besides the LAPD with goes is saying, I see. Sales the home of the shoe is a limited value individual cop? I don't know what that is. Did I forget about that? Investigated. Oh, did he kill someone? State officer said Indian woman had limited value and he faced discipline. Oh yeah, that's not good. Callous remarks about the death of a graduate student from India who was struck by another officer's vehicle in a crosswalk. Jesus. There was a controversy recently about a police chief in Vancouver liking some horrific shit or promoting some horrific shit on social media. I mean, it's all the same rot. It's all the same rot. It's just which areas, which institutions allow for a bit more of it. And also which ones like happen to boil over in specific ways that are more horrific. A lot of it's... The Van Mayor, there's a controversy, yes. Our mayor sucks. He's like a how would you describe Ken Sims? Crypto businessman. Here's a recent political scandal. I can't remember what it was. This is a great headline though. Vancouver mayor apologizes for series of recent slip-ups. We love a crypto mayor. Someone wrote their MA on the mobbed up criminal private sector construction, mafia involvement as brokers and patrons in construction contracts in Montreal. Starting in 2012, several industry insiders described a system of corruption to the Charbonneau Commission, an inquiry by the Quebec government to investigate corruption in Montreal's public works contract tenders. There you go. Testified to a cartel-like system where construction companies colluded to win bids. I guess it's real. Private sector construction companies and the mafia is an illustration of criminal private sector corruption. Like, that's like something that you would think of happening in like 1920. No, it's mafia involvement. It's Italian. But the fact that it is just literally like the mafia has control of or some influence over corrupting like construction bids, and then they're like, yep, this basic repair job should be done in 15 years. Yeah, we're doing a lot of good work over here. And they just like never. Yes, that was a great controversy. Was the Vancouver mayor going to a crypto conference and talking about using crypto mining to heat one of the public pools? It's good use of energy. I don't see the problem. When I've visited Toronto, the vibes are different from American City. Toronto is just sideways Chicago. That's how it's kind of Midwestern, Great Lakes city. But it's sideways. It's like the lake is this way and not this way. No, it's yeah, you got it. Anyways, what else is going on? If you have an Amazon Prime account, you can connect to your free Twitch account and get 1 free subscription a month. I honestly didn't see the Alex Jones stuff. That's very funny. Is there a link to that? Because his employees are quitting. What has happened with the lawsuit?
Is that
Roachman, thank you for their Prime. You're a child from Quebec, you have no Amazon? That's perfectly fine. It's perfectly morally good to not have an Amazon account. But if you got one. They're going forward with liquidation, so they're just like selling everything off for spare parts. That's funny. It is crazy like how stupid they had to be to end up here. It's really crazy how much he had to fuck up for this to happen.
Here to censor.
Oh no, he's here. We've crossed the line.
You should launch a new independent show.
So that's awesome. So he's leaving. He's getting the fuck out of Dodge.
And claim that I censored you for years and get 1 million viewers and betray me. And you're allowed to lie about me any way you want.
You know I love you.
No,
look. Let's reject the let's reject the Grabbler.
I'm using this as a case point. You understand that?
Mm-hmm.
How much have I come in and censored you over the years?
Yeah, not enough, frankly. I say some things that I shouldn't be saying.
Have I ever censored you?
Never once. Literally never once.
Hey, if you want to quit and have a publicity stunt and lie about me, I forgive you, okay?
Well, that's
I know. I'm just saying I expect.
What is that about? He's getting levels of red that you would not think possible.
Hey, David Knight did it. Owen's done it. And I said,
Bro is a tomato.
Until I actually started watching it. And it's like Anakin Skywalker's become Darth Vader.
Can we sing a song?
Hey, when I go on the air, I'm letting you have it, Troyer. You stabbed your brother in this operation in the back, and you're a fucking liar.
Can we sing
So he's mad at Schroyer. I see. So this isn't about...
a song?
Fucking asshole.
Can we sing a
Who's Schroyer again? Was that his like main henchman? Oh yeah, his main henchman. So he's quit Infowars and is now... What is it actually over?
song?
Yes.
We're gonna take a little break here. We're gonna sing a song. I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murdering scum, running giant death factories, keeping babies alive,
That's awesome. Yeah.
and selling their body parts. What more do you know about these people?
I love HGTV. Thank you. You signed up for Amazon for... You've been subscribed for 2 months.
I go out and face these scum.
Oh, thank you. This is so awesome too that like he's like having a nervous breakdown and going insane. And then his like henchmen are like, remember that funny thing he did 10 years ago that like liberals made a joke about? Like, let's just like let's circle back to that. That was funny, right?
Crawl out from under rocks. They have green looking skin and they run around.
The fact he has it memorized is
screaming, "We
awesome.
love Satan, we want to eat babies. I have them on video. Hillary's into creepy, weird, sick stuff, man.
People don't believe me that we sing this song. Everybody in the office knows this song.
Alex defended Trump not releasing the Epstein files. That is such a wonderful... I also did not know that. That's such a wonderful end for Alex's career. You have it memorized too, but you don't like Alex Jones. That's why it's so lame. Is that you're like an Alex Jones sycophant, and you're like, this is awesome sauce. The idea that like Alex Jones got introduced into like mainstream politics because of Trumpist conspiracy theories, like the Trumpist era of American conservatism, where they do conspiracy theories. And he's willing to ride for Trump even beyond just like the obvious conspiracy theory. Like he's become like, what is that QAnon phrase? Like, you are the mainstream now. Like, he is the mainstream now. And so he's gotta defend oomph. Do you know what I mean? He's gotta ride for oomph.
Song by heart.
We know it by heart.
And it's a truly beautiful thing. I don't realize how upset Alex was over.
It's tough, you know. Look, I mean, it's kind of a Batman and Robin situation. I really think that they're both going to go on to do great things, but it's difficult.
Oh yeah, I mean, I agree.
I didn't realize how upset you were.
Normal
He's like, oh God, he's still here.
to go.
This is, you can even see in his expression. This is such a this is such an evocative performance by, you know, Stooge number 2 here, of the feeling you have when you have an insane boss who's like yelling, and you're just like, yep,
You've been censored and
It's awesome. It's so cool.
You're talking bad about Trump and this stuff, and then later, hours later, go, oh no, he didn't censor me. All set up to boost himself off of lying about me.
It's like, not, you know, his eyes are like down. He's like, don't make eye contact. It's like an angry bear is beside him.
I don't ever get involved in infighting, but I've known somebody 10 years and they've been my friend, but he's gotten really dark, didn't talk to the crew the last 2 years. And so it's like a different person. I'm not here to be the villain for somebody's lie. So wait till you hear his phone call to me yesterday. He literally talked to me like I was a crack whore and he was a pimp. He's like, yeah, well, if you're desperate, pay me more, I'll stay. But I'm going to promote my new show on Infowars, huh?
Let's take the high road.
Really nice. I might do a week.
Yeah, it's not. This is not. You're not in control of this at all.
This really hurt my feelings, dude. No, it's all right. You don't have to come in. I hung up, started fucking crying, and then he goes on fucking air and lies about me. Fuck you, you fucking piece of shit. I won't fucking take people stabbing me in the back anymore. Fuck you.
Schroyer was the subject of a Lib Gets Destroyed video from 2016. Like, he was the Lib getting destroyed.
Get ready.
Okay, he's smashed, dude.
Because that'll be clipped, you can follow me at Rex Jones News on Twitter, and that's Rex Jones News with a Z.
It's so cool. I mean, on the one hand, Alex Jones is insane. On the other hand, like, it's pretty understandable for him to feel like the walls are closing in and that everyone around him is just like a part of the copper wire stripping, you know, project that they're like, oh, well, you know, this was politically advantageous for me. I don't have any personal loyalty to Alex Jones because of, like, why the fuck would you? I'm just going to get out of here and use this as a way of you know, developing my own platform. He said Fuentes on. That's a funny combination. I really want to see that actually. The Fuentes Alex Jones, because I'm surprised about that. If Alex Jones is really mad about Schroyer, criticizing him for the Epstein file stuff, he's on debates. I see. He comes off. I'm sure he does. That's the thing about Fuentes, is that he understands, like, the Trump project is failing, and like actually pretty surprisingly early on, he was like, this is bad. I'm rallying against Trump. You know, he's not enough of a Nazi. This is gonna fail. Fuentes walks all over him. Like it's so Fuentes' thing is so fascinating in the sense that like he's trying to like market himself as a moderate in a certain sense of like, I'm the one who's reasonable takes here. But then he's like, you know, he also believes in like, you know, like explicitly, you know, Nazism, like white nationalism, like, but he's like, well, listen, the Candace Owens stuff about the, you know, the French first lady, I don't think they use that term, being transgender. It's like, that's just ridiculous, guys. Can we talk about like the supremacy of the white race for a second? You know, just normal, regular stuff. And I think like it's a political project that probably has a lot of what's the right term? He's gonna be around for a while, I think. I think that a less like shrewd person who has Nick's political project would have already been, you know, wiped out of like political relevance. I would imagine a part of moderating his message relates to the fact that he didn't have a bank account or whatever. He's like trying to look better. But no, he knows what he's doing. But yeah, he'll be around for a while. I said this, Julian made fun of me for saying this, but I feel like he's like an evil version of me in the sense that we're both like gay and catty and 27 and very online. It's just the I don't get to be relevant because communism isn't a thing anymore, which is fine. I mean, it's not fine. It's really bad. Fuentes feels like an heir to something. I agree. I personally don't think I'm a millennial, but I have experienced the millennial allegations. Honestly, my understanding is a surprisingly large amount of his fans kind of don't care that he's gay. Scarlet Rain, thank you for the 2 years. Yeah, I think people, it's a surprisingly kind of just accepted fact. I mean, Tucker Carlson called him like what was it, a gay teenager in his basement or something? I want to see the Nick Fuentes Alex Jones. Nick Fuentes versus Alex Jones Hitler debate. Yeah. Oh no, but this is someone reacting. I don't give a fuck.
All this possible, and this
is Tucker gay? I don't think so. I mean, maybe. Okay, here we go. Because of course he's streaming on X the Everything app.
Point of view. Warm the military. It's hard for more, and it's that, but in days.
This is such a stupid, funny, like.
The move paves the way for the receiver.
Tucker is posh. Did you know, I mentioned this in the series Science and Transition, that like Tucker's father was like a local radio show host that outed a stealth trans woman who was played like tennis. in like the 70s.
Or sheriffs.
We were just giving examples of like older trans women in sports. And she was like stealth, like she'd fully transitioned, which is I guess or at least the original terminology for what that meant was that you become stealth. You get all the stuff done. And she was playing women's sports. Like, you know, it's like a thing of like your old identity like disappeared or whatever, and you're like a new person.
The process of seizing cash and property owned by Infowars and its parent company, Free Speech System.
Is he? No, he's
betrayal. We will not her.
Where does it start?
So
this is framed in such a strange way.
I want to ask Nick, why are you just 100%, it seems, on Trump and not the Democrats? That's probably my
C2C, thank you.
We can criticize Trump all day and try to keep him on the straight and narrow and be mad at him if we want and not even supporting, but we can support
Tucker's
this
dad also did the thing on the trans woman who had the weird three-wheeled, I don't know what that means.
My message to the globalists who are the real enemy, that they have a
it sounds very interesting.
Giant, and Trump's just a symbol of that, riding in on the surfboard. We brought this global awakening, and it is supercharged right now. And the man of the moment, which once you hit this type of moment, it isn't a moment, it goes on, and it gets bigger, is Nick Fuentes. And I talked to him a couple weeks ago. I saw him on his own show that night.
He looks so fucking old, man.
Part of the next morning when I was working out, he said, yeah, I think they're going to try to come after me and kill me now. Well, they already have. I called him, and I said, let me tell you, I've been around the block. You better watch your ass, because you're about to go next level, and the Death Star is going to take a shot at you.
Is there I want to know more about the trans woman who had the weird three-wheeled car company.
So here's our message to the globalists. Remember, folks, they're the real enemy, and they're in trouble. Here is the terrible giant. We'll go right to Nick Fuentes. Everybody watching, share the live feed right now from his feed at Rumble.
Here we go.
Ours at Rumble. Real Alex Jones
get ready to rumble.
Show. Share it, because this is going to be a lively discussion, a lot of inside baseball, a real debate, and more. We'll go as long as Nick wants to go. Stay with us. Every evil, you're going to get.
This is like the Thunderdome introduction thing.
They're firos. No guess. They're dumb.
Oh my god, I don't fucking care, man. This is unwatchable garbage. I love
it. I'll give you a huge update. Remember how they did a fake auction and got caught and the judge said it was illegal? Remember how they closed the doors and turned the internet off and the judge overrode them? They just appointed a receiver and gave them the order to send in the Austin Travis County Sheriff's Department and seize the building when there's a stay and the federal judge has blocked it.
Yeah, this is definitely like whiskey, 5 ounce, 50 milligrams. Like he's drinking, like he needs the 5 ounce to stay up and to do this for this long, but then he's like, he's going to have a nervous breakdown if he doesn't have some sort of...
And
he's probably just...
That's going to be huge when they come in here and grab the building and then a federal judge overrides them. It's cut and dry. But it's just like these federal judges...
You got to level up.
Say Trump can't deport people when it's right in the Constitution, so of course it got overridden by the Supreme Court.
I agree. It's Adderall or 5 ounce. I guess 5 ounces, you need like the extended release.
Oh, it's cut and dry. And she just did it again.
Your propanol, 80 milligram, it's possible. It really depends like his heart... Depends on how healthy his heart is. It depends on his tolerance.
So I don't know what the sheriff's department's going to do. I don't know if they come tomorrow, next week. I mean, you can't make up cliffhangers like this. So I'm pretty pissed off and wound up. So that's coming up.
Violence is exactly.
But it's also really good from what I've been told. This is crazy.
Like one thing of Adderall is like not long enough for him to go. Do people in Canada get Dex? I don't know. I can't say. Dexedrine, is there like a...
But it shows how desperate they are. Now,
I feel like I haven't heard of
I
this.
wanted to get Nick on, and I asked him to come on this week, to, discuss the whole waterfront and where the world's going. And
we have that?
Also...
It's just not really prescribed, I guess. Here we go.
It'll be a friendly debate. But since then, he's come out and said, he thinks, that Trump wants this as a police state, so for Israel or something. And Israel is involved with anti-free speech laws and training police and things. So that's actually a real...
You can see, like, even here, it's like the Fuentes position for right-wing discourse is so much easier to hold. That it's like...
Here, I believe, but I don't see that as why Trump's doing this.
It's like, oh yeah, look, listen, it is true that Israel X or Y.
And that's a real issue I disagree with Nick on. And I'm going to let him put out his view on it. I don't want to misrepresent it. But as I just said in the intro,
we're getting like a return to paleoconservatism, I think. Like the right that broke with the neocons on not supporting Israel.
I don't think I've ever seen buzz this big on a topic. I mean, every time I go out in public and walk around at least 10, 15 people, you know, I mean, if I see like, you know, the guy comes to clean the pool or something.
Nick Fuentes is is he sober? All Dick needs is like twinks. You know what I mean? He's
multiple people bring up Nick Fuentes and this.
It's the base corporate version of Obama 4D chess. Yes, exactly. It's like, look, he's calm, cool, and collected. No drama, Obama. He's got it all under control.
Big battle, and everybody thinks he's being ganged up on, and he's a really smart guy. And, you know, wow, they heard he was a bad guy, but now they love his show. And the show's been big forever. He's been around 8 years like that. I called him a week and a half ago, and I said, you better get ready for the big attacks. And look, I'm not fighting with Tucker or Candace or Elon Musk. I love all those people because he confided me.
He's just rambling.
You know, that's so. I don't think Tucker's lying about that. So I've said my little intro, but just in general, I have been extremely famous for 15 years. I mean, really famous for 25, 30. So
Sorry
I know
for the alert noise.
I know what happens. I know how people get jealous. They come after you, or they think you're a bad guy. A lot of stuff happens. And, you know, Nick's 26, but he's been, you know, active, you know, for politics for at least 10 years or so. So he's a big guy that goes on that is a zeitgeist. And when you become the symbol of a zeitgeist, as I have been and as Trump has been, and only
that is, yeah, I guess the dimension of this is he doesn't want Nick to talk.
Others, and
you know, a part of it, like he mentioned the Israel thing at the start,
kind of the
and it's like, let's just
voice of the populist conservative movement. He's an icon. When you get to that,
Alex Jones would be like an awesome, like stand-up comedy night host.
Level, just a lot of things happen that are.
Could you just imagine like this, like trying to introduce a comic and just like wiping out all of the energy in the room?
Good and bad, but bigger than Nick Fuentes is the issue of the symbol he's become, and the fact that that's a bellwether or a canary in the coal mine that the Great Awakening's been accelerating for at least 10 years, but it's exploding now. And there is a total break with the system and anything seen as establishment. And so is it healthy to have all this fighting and all these people going after each other? And the positive, and that's a very healthy thing. But then out of that, you can swing too far. So we are in a time of momentous change. You have a lot of people, the Democratic Party is certainly still in their bubble, but a lot of Republicans that really aren't even neocons, but rub shoulder, you know, that now are sounding now more like Fuentes. And then just like Fuentes at Turning Point and, you know, all these other groups 8, 9 years ago, they saw he was a smart guy, charismatic, you know, even when he was 18 years old, bring him in, hire him, and then try to send him to Israel and brainwash him. But say accelerated him. Kirk is like, I have the, how dare you? Flynn, who's like October 7th against, but then we are with only exists because of these interests. Israel gone great guns, and in the past it was partially true. I didn't hold back because I didn't want to be attacked.
They're not even cutting to Nick anymore. It's
being
just
attacked even more. And others, being a big tent was good in the past.
That's the thing, is it's like, is this watchable for his base? Like, what do they think about this? He must be fucking hemorrhaging.
And help build all of this. Now it's all out in the open. So that 8 minutes, his own stream coming up this evening as well, at like 9 or 10 o'clock at night. He does it different times. To go wherever you want, but I'd like you to also spend some time addressing the attacks that have really, I mean, I'm not even looking for it, and it's everywhere. Phone calls, in my email, text messages. I go to X trying to look up Peace Summit stuff, and it's all, I mean, you just see everybody jumping on.
Also, I love the Milo Nick beef. Remember when Nick had his money frozen by DOJ? Ask him how he got them to unfreeze it. Answer, informing. Then ask when it was unfrozen. Ask for proof. He was lying to fans every day, taking cash off teens, claiming his account was frozen. 6 months.
Piling on to get Nick.
Which this is like, sharing a Milo tweet
Fuentes
without letting him speak is so funny.
A lot of that is just, again, the dogpiling thing, you know, kind of like you or think you're really the devil or a secret Fed, that's the last thing you do, creating a mass Streisand effect. So the rocket your ass was strapped to 2 weeks ago now just is going 10 times faster. And so that is an amazing place to be. So that's just my Gestalt stream of consciousness rant. Nick J. Fuentes on Rumble. Find you on X as well. Thank you for being
It's
here.
probably at 80 milligrams. I agree.
Yes, well, thank you for having me. It has been certainly a strange couple of weeks with everything that's gone on. And, you know, I've seen people characterize it on Twitter, the sort of feud that's been going on with Candace, with Tucker, with Elon, with all these different figures. And I don't know that you would characterize it this way, but I've seen
Milo probably isn't lying. I'm sure he's not.
other people say this. They say it's infighting. And I don't really like that term because I don't think it does justice to what actually took place, which is that you and I were both really on top of this back in June. There was a war in Iran. It really all goes back to this, at least for me. And I think, you know, you asked me to kind of take the 20,000 foot.
The Candace schism is odd to me. I guess it's just because she's not white. And I think Nick has to be like, he has to consider himself like his own thing. Because he, like, they really don't like each other. I'm confused ideologically about like what the actual content of it is.
To me, the 30,000 foot view has so much to do with the
She went on Tucker and they called him a gay Fed.
movement with Trump and with the situation in Iran as it has unfolded over the past few years. So going back to June, you and I were on this. I was doing these big streams covering the war. I did your show. You were doing huge streams covering the war in Iran. It was blowing up. I do this show with Candace Owens, who I've had a little drama with her in the past. I've also helped her in the past. So we've had kind of a relationship which has been characterized by sometimes friendliness, but sometimes negativity.
What is that a reference to? Is it just
And
Israel?
without relitigating the entire drama.
Because my understanding of Fuentes' thing on her is that she just is too crazy.
We do a interview
about it. She's like, oh, because I mean, I will say Candace Owens' brand of like anti-Zionist anti-Semitism is like especially insane. It's very crank. It's like actually like the current day Jews descend from this like weird movement that came out of the French Revolution.
in the middle of the war.
It's like especially cranky.
We don't talk about the war at all. We don't talk about Trump. We don't talk about, our cancellation, the Daily Wire, any of these things. She's pressing me about drama, things like this. Now, some people thought it was an interesting interview. A lot of people are disappointed in what we talked about, or maybe what we did not talk about. Needless to say, there was this big reaction to how she handled it and that it was behind a paywall, all these things. Then she goes on Tucker, and Tucker Carlson calls me a Fed. I do this big reaction stream to that. It talked just to think that a kid in my basement from Chicago, and who is this guy and all this.
Yes, it was gay kid in his basement from Chicago.
I'm this weird gay kid in my basement from Chicago.
Very funny.
Who is this guy and all this stuff. This backfires. And then a week later, I get Elon Musk replying to Milo.
Yeah, it is just streamer drama. The left had its moment of this after Trump won. You know, there was kind of a glut of left-wing influencers and people didn't like each other because it's just like there's a bigger space. But after Trump too, there's now like a bunch of right-wing influencers. And it's like, it's much more overtly just interpersonal shit.
Accusing me of being a Fed. And you take this whole thing together, and I wouldn't characterize that as infighting.
There's a problem with right-wing femboys. Yeah, I mean, femboy as a label is just like... And washed implies it was ever like really good. And I mean, I don't know. It's, you identify how you want to.
I would say what that looks like.
I mean, wasn't it last stream there was like a Nazi femboy in this chat?
Like to me is a coordinated
asking me what I thought about Nick Fuentes.
Attack. I think it stinks. I
don't know how they got to the stream.
Self-coordination, because it's the same types of accusations coming from people that are all connected to each other. Elon replied to Milo Milo did a show with Candace.
This, I will say, it's probably just because that's like the only cultural language for being like a racist trans feminine person. If you're like a white trans feminine person and you're like, I'm more racist than I am trans, like that's really, and you know, it's like there's like 10 of those people. It's really not that, like, that was the thing about the Bad Empanada tweet that was silly, is like white trans women are probably maybe the most, or one of the most, like, of like a group of white people mobilized, people who are mobilized for Palestine, like from a left-wing way, you know what I mean? Like, you probably have the highest rates of any sort of like white group, white X social category. It's probably trans women. So, you know, this is the thing of concerning yourself with 10 people.
Before Candace did the show with Tucker the week before that, and Candace and Tucker did a show right around the time that she quit Daily Wire. So it's like all these people know each other. They're all connected and clearly talking in the same, 2 to 3 week period. They're all saying the same things.
But yeah, I would say broadly the term femboy is broadly used as a point category. I would say probably a majority in terms of like, absolutely a majority in terms of clicks. Maybe not in terms of like actual numbers of like people identifying as a femboy online is because they know that like straight men find it hot to jerk off to someone who identifies as a femboy. It's like that's the tag you need to add if you're a sex worker.
And so it stinks to me, like this is kind of like an avalanche. It's almost like a backlash against my popularity. And for me, the big question is this. I think everybody's assumption based on what has taken place in the past year and a half, Israel,
I wanted them to go back and forth. This is just rehashing the same fucking drama from this month.
Say they are. Why doesn't Tucker Carlson have me on his?
Yeah, I don't. Okay.
And I'd be fair. That would be massive. Everybody wants that. I mean, I know Candace.
They never go back and forth.
For another debate, and usually the person that loses, and I would say she did, wants another one. But you,
DJ
and
Mule,
Tucker,
thank
debate,
you.
You would accept that if I hosted a debate with you.
Wow,
and Tucker?
thank you, trans women.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
That's
and you could call it a debate, a discussion, whatever you want to do. I would do it.
No, this is boring.
Website. Peacefully occupy the lawn until they actually have an investigation in Congress into the election fraud.
Exactly. And this is how this stuff goes. People don't realize when you're in the heat of the moment and there's no plan like that, there's just like this chatter that goes on the ground, and you get these ideas and,
That's so funny to see Alex Jones like try not to be.
Not taking it.
It's them.
And then when they shot.
There's no hearings, there's no charges, there's no nothing. And so it's like 10 years later, you got to say.
Alex a big yeah, that is a big. Was there actually a thing between him and Blair White? Because that's like. Did Glenner get arrested? How did he get arrested? How much transphobia do you have to do in Britain to get arrested? That's crazy. He got arrested for a tweet. Basically unlimited? Yeah. Arrested. Arrested at Heathrow over his ex posts. Man, he does not have a good face to look at. He's arrested by 5 officers after arriving on a flight from the US. Oh, so he was like, he tweeted that people should just assault trans women. I'm honestly surprised that is even the line, but that's crazy. He tweeted it in America. Pending further investigation. That's crazy. What's the headline say? Arrested for transphobic tweets, right? And it's like, oh, what? It's wokeness, you can't say the truth about biology. I'm sure that's how the discourse went. No, Jones absolutely is a chaser. There's a thing of him Like getting shit for having trans porn on his phone. He got so scared he had to go to the hospital. Glenner did? He got like so scared of the concept. Beta not commented on it. The Conservative Party is so washed. And the thing about it is that like, I guess that's good, but then it's like the replacement is reform. So it's not good. Yet he had stroke levels of high blood pressure. That's crazy. Is there a possibility that those two parties merge? Because like the purpose of reform is just literally a blatant copy of the Canadian thing, where Alberta basically like combination of like kind of libertarian and Christian nationalist conservatives in Alberta didn't like the more kind of Ontario, Quebec centered progressive conservative party in Canada, and they made their own party. But the purpose of it, like they ended up just merging the parties because like it wasn't good for to split the conservative vote. Like, is that ostensibly or in any way, even like initially the goal of reform? I guess it is just UKIP. Because you would think if they called themselves reform that it's like, yeah, we're doing the thing they did in Canada. But I guess they just want to be the dominant party. They're like, fuck you. I'm not letting you in. Farage was like it was the question of like trans women in women's prisons where he's like, there's a nuance to it, you know? It's hard to say, you know, you talk to people who are actually on the ground, like clearly. And that was like the labor was like, how dare you? I guess the reformers don't need the Tories, so why would they? Like, why would you want the Tories in your party? They're just so unpopular. Yeah. Lib Dem sweep 2029. The Lib Dems are like the best on trans issues, aren't they? It's so crazy the shit that Starmer did to the Labour Party. I mean, the Labour Party was already cooked. It was already like so beyond cooked, but yeah, the Green leadership race was good because the turf people lost. Keir Stalin, he had Stalin fucking numbers when he got into office, and he was like, "I'm gonna do nothing." He's entered a new phase. He's transformed. The transformation has begun. I think it's just gonna be more embarrassing. Like it's just a hot potato of like this, and this party gets in power, and then they just, and eventually the Lib Dems will do it. We'll get in, and I think it'll still. We'll get a Green. We'll get the Lib Dems. We'll get your party maybe, which I think should just be like the left. It's just Dilinka. What was the other one? It was between the left and the People's Party. I think that's a wash name. I'm sorry. Milo's Starmer is great. It's very funny. Not gonna be much different in Canada. Yeah, it's hard to say. The one I will say though is that like the Canadian brain is programmed to vote liberal. Like the do like doing like measure head race science, but against like Canadian wasps It's just that that is their epigenetic tendencies to just vote liberal. So I think it is actually slightly different. That was cool. Remember, that was a really old controversy of someone. I think it was one of the Chapo guys doing like ironic race science against Russians, and someone was like, "It's actually like Russian racism." This was before the invasion as well. Russian racism is like a big problem. Canadians only vote conservative when they're very distressed. Yeah. So I think it is. I think it's slightly different. Strategic voting is vote liberal even when they're third. Yeah. Today I will go to the polling office and vote liberal. We talked about the Your Party, the transphobic. I mean, that's like the first test of the party. How did Harper get a 9-year run? It was because the Canadian Liberals like really kind of lost their identity. But the fact that he had a 9-year run is insane. And what happened literally immediately after that? Oh, we have fix in Canada, absolutely. I do think that the Liberals are like a party that's Harper primarily known for. It's a good question. It's a more socially conservative, being hot as fuck. That's crazy. During his prime ministership, I feel like the main like liberal complaint was him denying climate change, because it comes from an Alberta-centered party. The center of gravity for conservatism is close to Alberta now, which is very pro-oil. Much more of at least a wink towards social conservatism. Tough on crime legislation is another good answer. During the swine flu, crisis, there was an indigenous reserve in, I believe, northern Manitoba that was like petitioned the Harper federal government. This was Harper, right? Because the thing, it's like this. I remember this being Harper. It honestly could have been Trudeau. They like basically were saying we need help or people are gonna die, and the federal government sent them body bags. Tried to usher Parliament to reconsider same-sex marriage. Yeah. Canadian voters are very convinced of the kind of liberal post. What is that Supreme Court case? Why am I blanking on it now? I mentioned it so much in the series. Post Obergefell, a liberal pro-gay consensus. Like, that is not a thing in America really anymore. But it is a thing in Canada still. And contextual, like homophobia is contextualized as, this is really when it became homophobia became electoral poison in America, was when, like keep marriage between man and a woman stuff was viewed as harming a brutalized minority, which just didn't work well in the kind of liberal enlightened mind consensus of the American voter. Liberals do really well when they contextualize conservatives in Canada as socially conservative, as like a threat to minorities. Conservatives do really well when the liberals have been in power enough and they're like, not happy with this, are you? That's why Carney is like so absurd, because it's like, even if Carney lost in the next election, whatever it is, which by the way, he's up in the polls. If they had an election right now, according to the polls, he'd have a majority. He'd have like a solid majority. Even if like Carney did lose, that would be an incredibly long run an absurdly long run for the Liberal Party. Recent Nanos poll had the Libs up 10 points. Advocacy is fake, I think. Yeah. And generally liberal votes count more than conservatives. Conservatives have to win a plurality. I think conservatives are going to change their lead. I think Polyev is trying to hold on. If I was a conservative, I would want him. Well, I still want him to drop out because I think if I was a conservative, I would also want him to drop out for different reasons. Because they're just playing gutterball now. They're just doing transphobia openly. They're like, also J.K. Rowling, like the whole party is being like, J.K. Rowling is right. They're trying to import a weird combination of American Christian conservative style of transphobia and like British TERF style. But I just think that's a losing strategy. I think that's stupid. Gutter ball. Like they're just playing dirty. The reason I want him to step down is that like if I was a liberal who didn't care about minorities, I'd be so happy to hear that. Which is a lot of people, as it turns out. Because it's just not a winning strategy. Like you really do want Doug Ford. Like bringing the Ford style coalition federally would probably be the real response. Because people just associate Polyev with Trump, and it's like, well, of course they do. It was kind of his whole thing. Quebec has a more Texas energy. I think I agree with that. That's a hot take. Alberta's such a fake province. Like they have, they use like the 10-gallon hat. Is PP's election thing in Alberta normal? I mean, it's legally like, is that other Westminster countries can do that, right? That idea has happened before. That happened with Singh, although that happened with the normal party who's doing well, and then Jagmeet Singh did it with the NDP is maybe not is not a good but it's what you would expect in a context where Ontario, specifically like the parts of Ontario that weren't Toronto, shifted much more towards liberals. And I guess Polyev is staying on. I thought he wouldn't. It seems really stupid, but his people have enough of a hold on the party, and there isn't enough of a Doug Ford dumped a bottle of Crown Royal. Did he? I can't say I saw that. That's what? Oh, that's awesome. Bottle of Crown Royal to protest Diego closing Ontario plant. Harsh words for the parent company of Crown Royal Whiskey, closing its Amherst, Ontario bottling plant. Yeah, I was thinking he's like pouring one out for his brother. Like, what? Why?
Well, this is what I think about Crown Royal. That's what they can do. And I think everyone else should do the same thing. Start supporting companies that make whiskey here by Ontario people.
It's such a big bottle, dude. That's gonna take so long.
Support each other. You know, something to make this even come out quicker. If it's not coming out.
I love that he knows the trick of like you gotta get the whirlpool going. I was about to say, you gotta spin it around. I love that he knows the vortex. Yeah, no, he is our Trump. Absolutely. No, absolutely. No, he is absolutely.
Thank you, my brothers and sisters and uniform over on Crown Royal. I got your backs. We're going to be there to help you. And by the way, I'm going to send you.
He did not think about how long it would take to fucking dump that bottle out. That's so funny. That's it. He didn't have a speech. He's like wiggling it like he did it wrong. He's so committed to doing it fully. He's so committed to it. No, he is absolutely, yeah. How could anyone be our Trump except for Doug Ford? I feel like that's like a discourse tweet. Is that a good? I find it hard to imagine that anyone else could be Canada's Trump except for Doug Ford. If there is one. Or anyone could be Canada's Trump. Maybe Canada's Trump except for Doug Ford. That's normal. It's fine. I know how to read. You just gotta proofread your tweet. On stream. For some reason, when I tweet things on stream, it does better. I don't know why. Maybe it's because you guys are liking them. Who's Canada's Zoran Mamdani? No one. New York deserves a Zoran Mamdani. I don't think any Canadian city does. Also, if Zoran Mamdani of Canada is out there, we don't know him yet. He's polling 1%. I was gonna say it'd be cool if Vancouver had one, but it's too. It would obviously be Montreal. Vancouver is too like anti-homeless granola fascist. You know what I mean? That was a good stand-up bit I heard of like everyone in Canada, like it's very granola. You guys love camping, but you hate camping supplies, specifically when they're on East Hastings Street and like homeless people use them. It was a better punchline than that. It's like, oh, you know, when homeless people use camping supplies, your police really are not fond of that. Edmonton Mayoral race happens soon, and someone stole Mamdani's bit of walking the city. That is, you can see like he's got like beyond even his politics. Mamdani is doing well because he knows how to run a good campaign. Like, I feel like that's he has aura, and he's an Instagram candidate. He's not a Twitter candidate. All the left-wing Twitter candidates are like fucking Joshua for Congress. He was losing because he can't bench press. Yeah, that was funny. What's this?
Did Liquid take off Solid Snake's clothes? Why did he do that?
I think Liquid, yeah, he's a theatrical guy. I think he's like, this will play better if we're half nude.
Bryden, meanwhile, comes to a secret mission with a highlighted bob. 7 years before the hairstyle would become popular when Real Housewives of New York debuted.
We're told that the Cobra unit were like the most decorated warriors from World War II.
These are the real band.
That's a cool. I honestly, I've never played. What's it called? Any of those games. People were telling me I should. Metal Gear. I listened to Chapo. I think Chapo is doing pretty well for itself. Can I play that on my computer though? I don't want to buy a PlayStation. I can? Okay. What was I playing? I've been playing Path of Exile 2 again. I think it's still washed though. My favorite class is always just Deadeye. It's just like Ranger. And that happens to be like the only good class now. So maybe I'm on Act 2. Maybe I'll just play through the campaign. All of the streamers are complaining about Path of Exile 2, although I think maybe it's just a type of game that the player base complains about. I think they're just still making it too hard. Like, they're like, that's our thing, is that it's hard, and everyone's like, no one likes this. And it's like, it's our design philosophy, and it's like, your design philosophy is going to ruin the game. I read this constantly, okay. I mean, I guess it really just, the big question is just the player count after the free weekend is over. I remember the previous update, people were saying it was unplayably hard. But I thought they changed it, like the drops aren't as bad anymore, right? Steam charts, Path of Exile 2. Though it's still the free weekend, isn't it? So it's getting like 250k people. Look at it from before, like literally there's like 10k. I just need to buff some other classes. Yeah, the fact that it's just only Deadeye. Which I like. I like Deadeye. It's the girl boss ascendancy. I disagree with sorry, I'm checking my notifications. But he doesn't have the sauce. I don't think it's a comparison. Like this is the only man with any comparable sauce.
About Crown Royal. That's what they can do. And I think everyone else should do the same thing.
That's so funny, man. You really do forget how long it takes to dump a bottle out when it's like such a small opening. Because you think like, well, the water just wants to leave, and then no, it's not the case. The pro devs are so committed to their vision. It's just, as it turns out, not a very good vision. I don't know. He should have done a Mickey, as they say up north. He wanted it to be like really dramatic. Do you guys have that? That's a Canadian phrase, right? A Mickey? It's like kind of it's not very big. That sounds Canadian. It's a 40. I thought a 40 was different. The 40 is like bigger. It's like a whole thing. A Mickey is a 13 ounce, yeah. It's a 40. Whatever this, yeah, it's a 40, yeah. Currently in France right now, many French people who follow Canadian politics consider Rob Ford to be more akin to French politicians than any of the Quebec. That actually, I see that completely. There's like he has like a joie de vivre that like I agree that like doesn't exist in Quebecois politicians for some reason. Do you guys have tall boys? This is great content, just like asking slang. A tall boy is like a big beer, you know, when like it's like a real wide or really tall, I guess. It's really in the name. You have tall boys? Okay. Because that sounds another. That one sounds like it could be Canadian. Um, people do play Edward 40 hands in Canada. It is a known thing. The thing about it is that most of American culture is just also in Canada. Except for like you freaks, like you guys will not take your shoes off at the door, which I think is just uncivilized. Like white Americans will like, it's like a house party and you don't have like the big pile of shoes at the front. It's just everyone has their fucking shoes on. It varies. It's definitely a thing though. Some of you don't. Some of you don't, sure. But it is like that is like not acceptable in any like white Canadian. I would assume maybe it's like more north. You do because you know you would track in mud or whatever. No, I know in the south takes the shoes off. No, I know in the south takes the shoes off. So everyone in the south, you know, keeps them on. Yeah, I'm waiting to take my shoes off because snow, ice, salt. Maybe it's a weather thing. But even like Vancouver, people still do it. Everyone particularly shoes off in the Pacific Northwest. How many Americans keep their shoes on indoors? Recent poll, about 2/3 of Americans take their shoes off at home. But only a smaller portion, 25%, ask guests to follow the same practice. Because, like, you know, you can't have shoes on in my fucking house. There's no way that number... Maybe that's the weird one. Is most... Although 60%... It says 63% of Americans remove their shoes at home. I want to see the divide, the cultural divide there. Like, how many white Americans... Do you know what I mean? How many white Americans keep their shoes on indoors? There's no survey that specifies by race. I just think it's fucked up. Yeah, I think that is the cultural difference. Is like a lot of you still take your shoes off indoors, but you wouldn't ask a guest to do it. Like for the people who said yes, obviously I'm American, I take my shoes off indoors, or I'm white American, I take my shoes off indoors. If you're at like a house party, you know, like in like high school or later, and there's a bunch of people, is there like a big stack of shoes at the front? Like when a thing ends, when like a house party ends in high school, is there like a mad dash? You know, like it's a weird thing where everyone is trying to find their own shoes, and then because that is universal in Canada, I think. Some people are saying no, because that's the real difference. You're not getting away with this. I'm pinning white Americans. You're not getting away with this. I am going to find a thing, because that's no. If there's a party, no one's removing their shoes. You got to clean up the house after. See, that's just not okay. That's completely the norm in Canada. Yeah, I mean maybe it's different in Ontario. I assume it's not. African American was crazy going to a white friend's house and they're wearing shoes on the bed. Shoes on the bed's crazy. That's crazy. There's a jacket pile but no shoe pile. You need the shoe pile. Yeah, that's fucked up. Lay in the bed with street clothes. I do, but I feel like I shouldn't. Like that does feel wrong. Especially if you've gone out. Like if you've washed the clothes already, it's just you're just putting them on, you're about to go out, you sit on the bed, whatever, it's fine. But I do think that is a weird. Maybe sitting on the edge of the bed is fine. But no, I broadly I don't. If you've been on the subway to allow you to sit on my couch, that's an interesting one. The couch is I feel like that's pretty guarded. I don't think I've ever made a calculation about my couch. Well, I mean, if you're like wet or, dirty. I guess if you're actually dirty. Do you guys see dinner with the family? I think that's a pretty universal thing. I think that's just Sweden. I think white Americans will do that too. Yeah, there's something wrong with Scandinavia for that one. The couch is a petri dish. I feel like you just gotta wash it. That is the line for me. A couch is for sitting. Reason Scandinavians don't eat gas because it's just a culture that isn't very friendly. It's like it's not for you. It's for us. It's just not very. There's not much hospitality, I think. I think that's a hospitality question. Because in normal cultures, you have an obligation to like feed someone, especially if they ask. It's like a sacred, we have norms so that people can interact in a not a humane way. It's for community. At least offer snacks or drinks, yeah. Yes, breaking bread, exactly. I wonder if that's a newer thing. Like, I don't want to blame everything on Protestantism. I feel like my hot take on people blaming Protestantism on things is that it's like that's fine to do as long as you're not like a Catholic. Like you have someone who's like Eastern Orthodox who's like, oh well, the Protestant influence. It's like your guys are not good as well. Like, especially if you're a Catholic, because it's like that's your problem. Like that's your fault that they did that. You guys sucked so much. That they had to make that. Yeah. It is also slightly unrelated, but really funny when you get like white, like WASP Americans, or even just Americans in general, who are like, like American lefties who are like, liberation theology, and they're just Protestant. It's like, that's not going to work for you. Like the structure of the religion, it's like liberation theology and like the context it develops in Latin America is like very specifically grows out of a Catholic relation. That just like you're gonna go to your fucking mega church and you're gonna make them based. It's very silly. I do. It's flipped from the Protestants like more than the Catholic. I think it's very possible. And it's great. Protestants are now doing like, American Protestants are now doing cultural. I mean, it's not cultural. I guess it is just that is just what imperialism is. Like colonialism spreading specifically like American evangelical Protestantism abroad and making countries like Nigeria, for instance, like more conservative. Mormonism should be your state religion. Mormonism is so funny because as a Christian person on Twitter pointed out to me, they are technically not Christian. Like by every Christian sect's definition of what a Christian is, they are not Christian. Their theology is too far away from Christian tenets that every other Christian sect believes to be considered Christian. Which is like the most American thing ever. Is that it's like, look, I get that every single Christian sect believes in these tenets. I can't remember which specific forgetting the description word for it. There was a specific reform passed very long ago that all Christian sects have been based upon. I'm blanking on the specific term, because I'm not religious, so it doesn't really matter to me. Are they non-Trinitarian? Council of Nicaea. Thank you. That's the one. Nicaea? Nicaea? But the idea that Americans were like, look, I get that everyone agrees with this reform, but I don't, and I'm still Christian, and fuck you. Nicaea. I thought it was a thing. It was like both of them. Anyway. And apparently the whole point of the religion is just like soda. That's a big thing. They have no other like outlet for candies. So they get really into soda. So you get some like goated soda in Utah. They aren't Trinitarians, yeah. I'll probably stream it on the day of U5. No hot drinks, no caffeine. It's a very absurd. The weird thing about it is you do get a surprisingly large amount of like normal Christian scholarship out of the LDS church. Like there is a form of woke Mormonism that's like surprisingly large. It is really perfectly American religion. And it has its own like woke its own woke section as well. That's like completely absurd. You know, it's like what? It's not logically consistent, but the woke leftist Mormons, the coolest ones are the ones who are like, actually, like it's kind of fucked up of you, like gay people, to be saying that our religion sucks. It's like, that's awesome, man. Have you considered your like? It's so American, right? Because that is the American thing. Is like like persecution complex. Everything is always under attack. It's a very kind of settler way of thinking about the world. There's always someone who's trying to, like, the land that you're standing on has been won through conquest, and there's always someone who's going to try to push you off. There's this existential fear. And you know, to take like the deep violence of that and keep it, but then articulate it in this like leftist way is so wonderfully American. You know, actually I am actually under threat as a Mormon, and it's, you know, kind of fucked up of you gay people to ally with the Protestants. You know, they had it. Do you hear about the Mormon extermination order? And it's like, you're fine, bro. I would make a joke. I don't know the standard. Are there Mormon names? Like there are names that are very distinctly Mormon? Reddit atheism needs to come back. We gotta bring it back. It's a whole thing. I can't, like, yes, they do Smith. They like Young. A lot of Smiths, but then like white people, there's a lot of Smiths anyways. Is that like the McKaylee and it's spelled ridiculous? Is that a distinctly Mormon thing? There's a lot of Mormon Logans. That's true. They like Young, all right. That's crazy. Yeah, that might be a whole Protestant thing. That's the thing is, it's just like intensified Protestantism. It's like, what if being American was more important than being Christian? But you still want to be Christian. Like Mormonism feels like a religion from the like After the End fan fork for Crusader Kings 3, which is like a mod. It's like a post-apocalyptic mod from like 600 years in the future. That's like feudalism is back and people have like developed these weird religions through the cultural products of before the, you know, the end, before the apocalypse. Like Mormonism feels like the Americanist religion where they have like deified the founding fathers or whatever. That is a very Levagar analogy. Yes. Like I assume that Mormonism is just still going in After the End. Like there's no way. Like Utah is like white Israel. I liked a meme on Instagram recently that was just like every masterpiece and it's Utah has its cheap coffee and it's Israel. I mean, I guess Israel is kind of white Israel, but you know what I mean. Is Crumble, because the Crumble guy came out as gay. Is that a Mormon thing? I've never heard of Crumble cookies. I've never seen this before. Oh, this is the most American fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. Of course they're Mormon. Oh, and it's just like, it's just decadent, like 100 million calories. Oh my God. This is American culture. People like to call things spiritually Israeli. This is like the most spiritually American. Like there's too much sugar, man. I just don't think I can handle that much sugar. They're kind of good because it's just sugar. It's just sugar. It's hard, like, if you like a lot of sugar, you're gonna enjoy. They have a Dubai chocolate cookie, that's awesome. Yeah, that's no good at all. Spiritually Labubu matcha. I was trying to purchase a Labubu, like the random pack, because I wanted to open it on stream because I thought it'd be funny. But it's really difficult. Like they're $30 without markup, and it's really difficult to buy them. So I don't think I will. I don't think it's worth a bit. I did talk to Jake actually. He gave me a whole rundown on it. He gave me a very good breakdown of how to get it. Just get a fufu. Well, the point is like that you get the random. I wanted to get like a loot crate thing, right? Because you pay $30 and it's a mystery. So it's like it's very, you know, hyper post capitalist, whatever, late stage capitalism. Because it is like an entrepreneurial enterprise, right? You're investing and you could get lucky and you could get rich. it's like a speculative asset. It plays to people's appeal or desire to win it big, which is also a very especially American kind of way of thinking about capitalism. But everything is just loot crates now. Pokemon cards, it's the same. It's White Girl CSGO. That's very funny. That's very funny. Does LeBron actually have a Boo Boo, or is that like a fake thing? Because I think someone linked that. Yeah, because Beanie Babies there wasn't a loot crate, right? And it's like of course they should do the loot crate. It's a genius addition to it. Because there's a chance that you strike it big. I'm happy that I don't have like the gambling ADHD. I kind of did when I was younger. Like the microtransactions worked for me as a teen. It's never been a fruitful thing. Maybe I'm lucky that I didn't ever unbox like an uncommon hat in TF2. Like I never had like a crazy, oh my god, it's an unusual hat and it looks so cool. I don't think I have any now. I don't know why. I used to have them. Maybe I think I sold my TF2. I had like a shitty uncommon. I must have sold my TF2 inventory at some point to like actually just buy games. You know, gambling is people need to get back into IRL gambling. I think they are. I mean, I guess maybe you're not counting like sports gambling. Cause yeah, that's just everywhere now. It's so hegemonic now, and the problem is like you can't claw it back. There isn't even when the Democrats win and there's a control in that. I mean, the Democrats are also signaling they like gambling. When the Democrats win and they have control in the House and in the Senate and whatever, like people aren't going to want them to claw it back. There's just not enough like political energy in the American political energy in the political system, to do those sort of projects. Like if seatbelts weren't legally required right now in America, they would never be. They would always be optional. You could just not get that change because people don't want it. They want their little treats. It's just to think about a world where that's not the case is like just an entirely different American political landscape, possibly one that's not American. You know, like it's just there's no room within like the imaginable political horizons of American liberal democracy, minus like a proper cultural revolution of some sorts. Like obviously not in the way that happened in Maoist China, but something like that fundamentally shakes American society to its core. Like I just think it's just gambling forever. Like it's just gonna become so entrenched. It's already so entrenched, but it's gonna become so entrenched in the next like 3+ years. Yeah, I mean now the left has broadly realized, like as a result of, I think that it's a similar. This comes out of a similar kind of root, but the left has realized that the electorally winning strategy isn't like eco-socialism, it's like cost of living. it's the cost of living. That's how you reach people. Because for better or for worse, people understand. I mean, it makes it, the way I describe it now makes it sound a lot more sensical than maybe I intended to be, but like people understand their oppression and their economic standings based upon how many things they can buy, which I guess is in a lot of ways very understandable. But it is just that is the main electoral strategy. That's the Momdani. That's like Die Linke in Germany is now like more. I don't know if that was a poll. Like coming out as anti-Degos. I'm just saying the thing that is electorally viable right now. It's like a depressing shift. What was I gonna say? Die Linke is like, I don't know if it was a poll or if it was like an actual election result. Maybe they were polling higher than the Greens now. I think it is that change, right? It's the people are more concerned with cost of living. I mean, yeah, like I can say the Greens are good. I'm happy that Die Linke is doing better than the Greens in Germany. I think that's cool. Yeah. I guess I wasn't implying that the Greens were eco-socialists. I'm just saying like the cost of living issue is now much more electorally viable than running on climate. Because it's like climate is this broad thing that everyone is now pessimistic about, or or thinks doesn't matter, or thinks, oh, we'll probably, some people just come from a perspective where they think that things work out in the end. They have this weird delusion that they think that things will always just work out in the end and things will, for whatever reason, they've just like not cared immediately about climate. But cost of living is very immediately going to affect you. I mean, it makes sense. It's your basic, it's like your very immediate needs. That is always an interesting thing of like the difference between people who like really truly understand that bad things can happen to good people. I mean, to be clear, I'm not saying the cost of living stuff is antithetical to, but it's very clear when the rhetoric shift. Anyway, yeah. I was thinking about that in relation to like, I feel like there's a stereotype of like white people doing really stupid, insane shit, like rich white people, that I don't personally understand at all. Maybe that's just like so I was seeing someone riding in Vancouver this like ridiculous like, it was like there's a platform here and then there's a big ass fucking wheel and it's like it's electric and you just stand on the platform. You like, it just looks like insanely stupid and dangerous for no reason. I do feel like people have a higher tendency of doing really stupid shit, like stupid expensive shit, when like they're well off and they just expect it. Like it's like a thing that was always supposed to happen. Maybe this is a silly thought, I don't know. Because it's like you don't feel like there's a stake to it. It's like, whatever, I just want to have fun. Which I think is less likely if you think that like, well, I'm doing well off, but it's kind of it's a historical aberration. It might not necessarily have happened. I owe my community quite a bit for like fighting to allow me to have the life I live. And it's like, I'm not going to throw it away riding some fucking, I don't even know what they're called. It's the most ridiculous vehicle I've ever seen in my fucking life. It's like it's a whole tire. It's a big, thick tire. And there are two platforms beside it. And it just like You're playing with house money, yeah. Where it's like, if I feel like if I died doing that, it would be, it's not a segue. I feel like if I died doing that, it would be like such a disservice to the people that allow someone like me to integrate into, is it a one wheel? That's ridiculous. Into popular, public. I feel like people don't appreciate. I think it's this. I think it was more stupid than this, but I think it was a much larger wheel. But this is the idea. It feels more dangerous than this. I don't think people appreciate like that, like 15 years ago, the jobs you could have as a trans woman were like sex worker, hairstylist, and like muse for an artist. Like those were the three jobs you had. It's one of these things, yes. It's this ridiculous fucking. It's more insane. It's something. It's a big wheel. They're like three philosophy. They would kick you out of university though. It's barely a board. It's ridiculous. Maybe this is my just like self-preservation instinct and it's not a political thing. But I feel like I just don't have that like that white woman confidence that I would otherwise. Like if you have a debt to your community, which a debt makes it sound like a negative thing. It's not. It's like I'm not gonna just like hit my fucking head on one of those. Maybe that's not it, and it's just a personality difference, and I'm like overthinking it. But there's a reason why that is the stereotype. Is like rich white people love just buying stupid shit like that. An obligation, like a debt can be good. Like when it's your birthday and people buy you a birthday present, you have a debt to them in a sense. But that debt is a reflection of like a positive relationship, I guess. I don't know. I was thinking about that recently. Yes, I saw the Alex Jones thing. It's very funny. Biden is at least 3 genders. That was awesome. Because he realized, it's like, I assume the thought process was, well, there's man, woman, non-binary. And it's like, I'm not really gonna, like, that's three that I can think of. But like, I'm not gonna say that there aren't more, because I don't really understand it. Why couldn't he be like, we could have gone the distance? No, he was cooked anyway. The problem with Biden is that he is like a pathological narcissist who is unable to take criticism except as a way of fueling his own like ego of like, they didn't believe me before and look what happened. No, I think that was earnest. Like Biden was an early, like, I mean, one of the reason why the Dem Party explicitly at the time that they did endorsed gay marriage as a project was because Biden, as vice president, like forced them to. He's oddly good on LGBT stuff. The story he has is so funny, where he was like, I was with my dad when I was younger, and I saw these like 2 gay guys, and he was like, my dad was like, "That's just love, son." I believe it. I think it's true. That makes sense to me. It's a story about family. Like family is a very important thing for Biden, to the point that he sabotages his political career for family. It's the most like sympathetic you can depict Biden as his relationship with Hunter. Yeah, no, American liberals were anti-gay marriage for a long time. And then they just pretended that they were never anti-gay marriage. It was just like, well, this is the consensus. Let's not interrogate this. Yes, Biden baited Obama into yes. Um, Trump runs for a third time. That would, I mean, that's like the ultimate, like, now that I think about it, it has to, it's so like perfect that it has to happen, is like, they throw away the amendment that prevents you from running for a third term. Trump runs again, and everyone's like, okay, Obama, you're gonna fucking crush him. And like, he would. But Obama's like, let me be clear, I want to direct movies. And then he doesn't. And then whatever Dem candidate they get, because he's like, fuck it, I don't want to be president anymore, I'm selfish. And then whatever Dem candidate they have sucks, and then Trump beats him. Pussy do. That's like such a wonderful, it's like such a picturesque destruction of American liberalism. It's just another Obama. But yeah, I mean, Obama, as I think it was Josh, I think Jamentum said, like, Trump, like, Obama wins in, like, states we've never heard of before. Like, that's, like, such an absurdly unbalanced, especially a Trump in, 3 years. I mean, that's crazy. Yeah, it's like Reagan Mondale, like, genuinely Reagan Mondale numbers. Like, that would be maybe not. Maybe it's maybe America's too polarized to ever get those numbers again in a real election. But yeah, Assad margins. What would Trump's Minnesota be? Oh, that's a good question. Maybe it is Florida. I was trying to think of like what state actually is the most Republican, but that's the funniest answer is Florida. It probably is just like Arkansas is the real unfunny answer. Oh, do you guys remember Blue Texas? That was so funny. Least favorite Chapo host, yeah. Alien Virgil Texas be like, well, he's like nothing because he's also disappeared. But it's easier because he's an alien. Also, speaking of people who are blue, I tweeted this with this lady whose thing is that she does like blue paint that's really well done, and genuinely, like, I didn't want to tweet about this again because it would be annoying, but like, what do I do with the fact that I now know I have a thing for blue women? Like, what do I do about that? Like, I'm genuinely serious. Like, that's such a what is there to do about that? Play Mass Effect? Okay. Like, bag this. I guess that's the answer. There aren't that many women who are blue, unfortunately. Such a stupid thing to know you're into. Do you know what I mean? But it's not the people who are like, yeah, read Homestuck. It's real women who are blue. It's not the animated Avatar shit. It's just a woman who is a woman in the way that except she's also just blue. She's blue for an amazing reason. I just think it's too specific. It's too niche. It's the Louis C.K. bit. And forgive me for referencing Louis C.K. But like he saw like duck vagina in like a grocery store, and it's like, I don't want to know that I'm into that, because like, what do you do if you're like, this is really delicious? Arrested Development. I guess there's a blue man thing bit in there. Does the blue rub off on you? I haven't gotten that far about it. There are blue people in Kentucky, you're telling me? I don't believe you. Is it blue men as well? I'm not sure. I think it might just be blue women. Is a group I could introduce you to? Yeah. The Kentucky blue people refer to the Fugate family, an isolated family in rural eastern Kentucky, known for their blue-hued skin. That's crazy. They're blue. I don't like this type of blue, and also it's only they are literally blue. That's crazy. I think that's more purple, honestly. How did that happen? It's a genetic trait that led to a blood disorder, which causes the skin to be blue. Well, the more you told me. I guess that's the thing of like, is that an inbreeding thing of like, if you're not doing that, the gene is like recessive or whatever? Well, thank you for letting me know, chat. I appreciate it. I can't say I'm going to Kentucky, but yes, there's also a guy who drank too much colloidal silver and turned blue, but the family is genetically blue. Yeah, I was not planning on going to Kentucky for any reason. Oh, we'll watch this too. We already watched this for Alex Jones.
You are a rat.
Of him interrupting the send-off of another, like, Alex Jones minion to just yell at.
You are a fraud. You are a backstabber. You are a handbiter. You are a disgrace. And let me say something else. I am gay.
Pluto, thank you.
Even before he went to prison for 4 months, and we did the crowdfunding, raised, fought everything for him, all that, he stopped talking to the crew very much and didn't have a good attitude, was pissed off all the time. And then it got to where he'd show up right before the show, wouldn't even talk to the crew. He'd walk by me and say something like, you know, just sort of laughing at me. Like, again, I'm not in junior high, so it didn't hurt me at that level. It hurt.
And I'm not mad at all.
He was just like, yeah.
I'm actually not mad at all. I'm laughing about it.
Yes. Oh, and we can go further. When The Onion, backed by Bloomberg, did the fraudulent auction and got...
He is... Oh, man.
Caught in all of that.
The Vyvanse come down?
Yes. Oh, and we can go further. When The Onion, backed by Bloomberg, did the fraudulent
Oh man.
Auction and got
Oh,
caught in
man.
all of that back in November, on
Oh,
November
man.
13th. And I said, we're not leaving. This is a fraud. I'm filing emergency motion. The judge found it to be a fraud. Had a 2-day hearing on all that. Owen just left and just called the producer and said, I'm done. I quit. Even though we have a backup studio, I told everybody, hey, it's going to be fine. We have new backers.
It's awesome because it's like, yeah, of course, like, it is just rats on a sinking ship, right?
All this stuff, we get shut down. He's like, I'm gone. Starts announcing, is this the time? Because Infowars is being shut down, he thinks. Announce his new network and funding and all this stuff. And then we're back the next day, and Owen just shows back up and does his show. And walks in and just looks at me with hatred and like slinks.
I will say also, without, obviously not much can be taken from this in terms of what's actually going on because Alex Jones is insane. But like, if my whole thing was from a platform, getting platformed by Alex Jones or someone, and they fuck up the bag by literally just being stupid, like, of course you hate them.
In there, just because he really wanted me to fire him so he could be a victim.
Oh, I see. He did it. He did a like I quit thing, and then he went back on his show.
I confided just in a few of the producers. I said he wants to be a victim. I said I'm going to have love and say prayers for him that he gets better. I'll be really nice to him, give him extra bonuses. Maybe he'll pull out of it. I tried to talk to him. He's never wanted to talk to me. And I said, but I said he's going to stab me in the back. He's a new person. And I don't know if it's his personal life. I don't know if it's stuff he's smoking. But I've seen a lot of people get paranoid, that smoke pot and go nuts.
That is a crazy glass house situation.
But I can just tell you this right now, that
crazy.
That I'm not here to be shit on or stabbed in the back. This crew isn't your punching bag.
Flem
And we did
Chomsky?
nothing to you but
Flom?
be loyal. And your little
Yes, that's not what
5-hour
Flem's spelled. Thank you.
extravaganza of little puppy dog that doesn't know why. And he just wanted to come back and shake my hand and be nice. And then I kind of censored him and said, no, you don't need to host your show.
They're calling Alex Jones Mr.
The phone call to me. I
Zero
didn't record it.
Substances.
I was in the pool with my 8-year-old
Mr. Too Damn Sober.
daughter playing with her Barbie dolls at whatever it was, 4 o'clock yesterday. A rare day, I actually only came in and worked the office about 4 hours. So I go back. She's literally calling me. Daddy, you're supposed to be home. You said to be home at 10. I want to play in the yard. So I'm sitting there about 4 o'clock, bobbing around.
He does look Russian. Like something happened that made him Russian.
And I get a text message. Bzz, bzz, bzz. Hey, I'll see you at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Because remember, I called him Thursday when he just got up and left. I said, hey, what's wrong? And he's like, Monday.
In Russian, he's taking his time. Yeah. I can't think of a single person who's taking his time more.
So Monday rolls around. Bzz, talk 10 a.m. tomorrow. I got the text right here. And I'm like,
It was the beam that makes you Cyrillic.
kind of late, maybe 9:30, whichever. I said, how about we just...
That happened to my dad. He used to be like incredibly twinkish, and now he just looks like a Russian mobster. Like the Serbian twink death is crazy. It hits like crazy.
Right now, I go, it's pretty clear you're about to quit. He goes, you really want to do this right now? I said, yeah. So he calls up, and while I'm calling him, he calls me. So I pick it up, and he starts talking to me like he's literally a pimp, and I am a crack whore. He's like, here's how it's going to be. I'm leaving. And blah, blah, blah. Well, what's the problem? What's the thing? Well, what can we do? I don't understand. He's like, well, it's just gone on too long and whatever. But I'll tell you this, if you're really desperate, you can pay me more money. But I'll tell you this, I'm going to promote my new show on Infowars.
Genius.
And I went,
I knew it, of course. It's genius. I honestly, far smarter a move than I would have expected from an Alex Jones henchman. Especially as Alex Jones refuses to like move out of associating with like Trump and the Epstein file stuff. If you're like a conspiracy guy, and because Alex Jones, minus the fact that he's literally on a sinking ship right now, like Alex Jones can protect his brand and stay like, oh, I think the Epstein files aren't a big deal because he's Alex Jones. I mean, I guess he can't do anything now because he's. But you can't do that if you're fucking Owen Schroeder, who no one knows who you are. In my mind, I will forget his name again in 30 minutes, and I will continue to remember him as Alex Jones henchman number 1. So he got out in a way that's like very dramatic, and forced him to fire him.
Which again, I'm not even against him having a show. If he was nice, I was just like, it was just kind of like, I was like, well, I said, in the bankruptcy stuff, I can't really give you a raise. But I said, that's okay, Owen. He goes, well, you know what? As a favor for you, I'll come in and do a week. And I'm like, no, that's okay, Owen. That's fine. I wish you well. And I hung up and literally got a tear in my eye because he was talking to me with just like Patrick Bateman or something. And so I go back and get in the pool and, keep playing.
Oh, Paul Joseph Watson. That guy, Paul Joseph Watson, it was like in the discovery for the lawsuit for Sandy Hook, it really seemed like PJW was the only one that was like cynical, like he wasn't a true believer. Because they kept there was text message of like, should we keep doing slander for the victims of Sandy Hook shooting, the families? And then everyone's like, yeah, that's a good idea. And Paul Joseph Watson is like, maybe we shouldn't do this. Like, I don't know if I'm going to say this on air. I don't think that's a good idea. Like, are we allowed to? Yeah, he said this makes us look stupid.
It was even earlier than 4, that's right, because then I took my daughter to see a movie.
And it's interesting, if you look at early PJW stuff, it's a lot like, I don't want to say smarter, but he's using bigger words at the very least. And it's not doing well. And you look at his newer shit, he's clearly pandering to babies. Like, it's like the big globalists do the bad thing. We don't like the bad globalists. Like, it's just very like he's talking to a child.
So then he races out and goes on air and is like, I'm just leaving because, I know I can't talk about Trump and, I know it hurts Jones's access and, he really, all innuendo. He didn't have the guts to just tell the pure lie that I told him to do stuff, which I didn't. And a bunch of other stuff. I haven't even watched half of it. It's just so painful to watch. He's sitting there manipulating and wriggling around like a snake, trying to make it as bad as he can, but skate the edge so he can say,
yeah, no, PJW is washed. I haven't heard from him in a while.
It's not true. He's got the other hosts that know it's not true. So he wants to pull a David Knight. I mean, Harrison Smith says whatever he wants. I walked this morning. I said, have I ever told you not to say something? He goes, no, it's actually, I'm surprised you haven't. I'm kind of out of control. I go, no, but I like you're a good guy. Just say whatever you want. So, and I've got all the producers and all the people I've said on air, I think Owen's too black-pilled as an example, and that we all should be more positive. That's my opinion. It's not an attack. It's a discussion. Mm-hmm. So he then runs on air and is like, I just want to come back.
What are the imagine my cock memes? I've never seen that.
And shake his hand and thank him. But he didn't. He doesn't want to be my friend. Meanwhile, let me tell you how it is. I mean, literally, yeah, no, it's all over. It's not, you can't get me back. I'll tell you, though, if you're really desperate. And he said that, and I went, excuse me?
It's 500K. Okay, that's not bad. I'm surprised it's so much, given that people don't talk about it.
If you want to do something really desperate, and he was really getting off on it, and I'm like going, this is an evil son of a bitch, man. Wow, I had a snake around here. I had no idea.
He's definitely washed, though.
Getting tears in my eyes.
Yeah, it's like
burning down like an
500,000.
old house. It burns up in like 2 minutes. He's burning down. I'm just like, oh, and I got to go, man. And I literally stumbled in the pool, and I was just like, And I was like, I'm going to take the high road. I called the crew. I said, let's be nice. Let's be sweet. And then I started seeing the clips. And Owen, man, you're a piece of crap, brother. All right.
Yeah, the rats are jumping from the sinking ship. Would you believe it? Would you believe that the only people who work with Alex Jones, are doing it for cynical reasons and think he's an insane person and don't like him? God, I can't imagine what a oppressive workplace that is. Yeah, it's a shame the Onion thing. Is it just like it's gonna get sold for piecemeal? Is that what's gonna happen now? Who won the bid? Was it like a right-wing thing? Melissa came out of his flunkies go out and buy him bottles of vodka. That's awesome. I feel like Steven Crowder's got it. I mean, Alex Jones is like insanely. That's got to be like the worst. DJW has a recent thumbnail that's mostly just his face with the incredible case of and the title "Gay Boy Summer." That's awesome. All right, I gotta check this out. I gotta check this out. DJW Gay Boy Summer. I just have to know the context of that. Of what it is Gay Boy Summer.
I just got this feeling, man, that this summer is about to be a gay boy summer.
Why is men's fashion so effeminate? This is apparently the season's hot new trend. Tight, short shorts.
He really hates his audience. He really hates his
Basically
audience.
underpants. They're calling it thigh guy summer. More like gay boy summer. From runways to city streets, men everywhere are embracing the rising hemlines of the thigh guy summer trend. A bold return to short shorts that...
I think this is a great trend. I think we should see more of men's legs.
Redefining masculinity, confidence and comfort in menswear. Not quite sold on the trend and need some style inspiration? Look to Paul Mescal, Harry Styles or Alexander Skarsgård, who seem to be
This is such a funny thing for PJW to do because he's like so metrosexual coded.
heading the short shorts trend. All right then, challenge accepted. Paul Mescal, the emblem of sad-eyed masculinity, who gives campy feet, giggly cross-legged interviews in his boxer shorts. Yeah, not taking
So
masculine fashion
what were we talking about?
advice from him. Harry Styles.
Where am I?
Literally wears dresses, high heels, and says men should carry
The Harry Styles one, it doesn't work. It doesn't work at all. It doesn't look good.
handbags. Not taking.
All right, this is just the it's crazy to have. He has gay face. He really does.
Fashion advice from him. Then there's Alexander.
It's just a crazy glass house, as viewers said. I love that this is. I was like, what's the peak here? I love that he has to add that into the video for like the. It's like, oh, pay attention if you're back. Would you like sexy woman on TikTok? And then is like, I wonder what the demographics are for his audience. Because I would assume it is like just like 15-year-olds right-wing guys.
Because short shorts are at their core effeminate. Literally the only guy wearing them is this dude. Spoiler alert, gay.
I hope he's not gay for my sake.
The re-emergence of this short.
That was a crazy. Is just his whole thing?
Was Pedro Pascal.
I mean, he is gay. That is true. It'd be funny if PJW was like a straight man.
The actor who the regime is so desperately trying to shove down our throats as the living embodiment of unproblematic new masculinity that people are starting to find it a bit weird how laboriously overexposed he is. The antidote to Andrew Tate. All the correct progressive opinions.
I want very much to live on the right side of history, and I'm an immigrant.
And all the super effeminate mannerisms. Dude literally has to cling on to women and have his hand held when he feels anxious.
The discourse around this was really funny.
The leading early adopter of male short shorts. It wouldn't surprise me if he turned up at the next Met Gala looking like this. So I'm not taking masculine fashion advice.
That's really cool that he didn't call him gay once. Like the only example here of like, I mean, I can't say I have insider information, but like, come on.
Advice from him either.
He really just, I don't think PJW has especially good gaydar. I don't think he's very good at this.
All right, so I just bought these shorts from Adidas, and they look like this.
Why it's... Can I show this on TikTok? This feels very...
I was going on a, I'm about to go on a run.
Oh yeah, because when it's boiling hot and clammy down.
I can't tell if there's like a specific strategy there. I do like that this is like a part. You can look at like how like this is a valley in the video that like people skip. He really kept it on for like a really long time. just to like rub it in. I don't really.
All right, so I just bought
These don't feel like especially
these shorts from Adidas, and they look like this.
He just kept the whole video. That's so awesome.
I was going on a, I'm about to go on a run.
Oh yeah, because
This is the type of shit you Google when you're like 11, and you're like, I don't know why this is making me feel this
when
way.
it's boiling hot and clammy down there. Why would it? Didn't you want to wear something that puts your meat and two veg in a straitjacket?
Is that a phrase? Is meat and two veg a British phrase? I've encountered that before in like British transphobia. And I was like, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my entire life. That's yeah, okay.
And I'm afraid that if I run
He's doing it again.
too fast, this flap will come up.
Why would anyone want to run in them at the height of summer? Talk about chafage. And I can hear the counter argument already. It's just...
This is not a material that's gonna fucking
I'm
chafe.
afraid that if I run too fast, this flap will come up.
Why would anyone
What are you talking
want
about?
to run in them at the height of summer? Talk about chafage. And I can hear the...
This is... I do understand why this has 300,000 views. This is full on hypno. Because this is like so... He is basically just doing the like toddler... You know, like there's like 2/3 of YouTube or whatever is just content for toddlers.
counter argument already.
I think he has just given up. Maybe that's why PJW isn't relevant anymore. He just given up. He's like, I'm just gonna do this
It's just
type
a
of content.
nostalgic throwback. Sean Connery was wearing them in the...
Like, this is so lazy.
Go swimming's fine. Wearing them out in public is just fucking bizarre. I mean, alright, the original James Bond to this guy.
Oh, I like when they're a little aggressive.
Gay. But they clearly won over heterosexual men because they look better.
Also, again, so funny that the only man in this video that he has not directly called gay is Pedro Pascal. Like, that's... Joshua, thank you. Well, that's what, like, I feel like this type of content is going to guarantee, like, a couple 100,000 views for his, like... But, like, you're never going to get beyond that. You know, it's just going to be... But that was a great video. I enjoyed watching that video quite a bit. I give the video a 10 out of 10. There could have been less of the annoying guy that I didn't like looking at, but I like the cutaways. Anyways, what else has happened recently? That wasn't a bit, I'm gonna be honest. What else has been going on? The cutaways are great. Yeah, so PJW's washed. I assumed he just like disappeared, but I guess he's just thrown in the towel. Is there really any, like, I feel like Britain is not doing much in terms of right-wing, like, political influencers. I feel like most of the drama is American and then some Canadian. For Trump too. I think maybe Britain's in its own weird context. But Sargon, is Sargon really like a person who's... I guess maybe I'm thinking of if there's any right-wing influencers who have like crossed the pond. Like, the only foreign influencers that you get, like the Tucker Carlsons talking about, are Canadian. I guess Milo is British. Like, he's a part of it. I always forget. No, you're right. You're right. The Tate is. Tate is big enough that I just view him as American, but he technically counts. Although I feel like Tate is an American figure firmly. Milo also just feels American to me. Like he has an American base. He lives in America, right? What is the handful of selfish, unethical, and bad things from? I remember that phrase. No, Kanye broke from Milo, I think. I don't know what Kanye is doing. Probably not well. That is the thing. The recent Kanye art, if you can call it that, is fascinating. Because, like, the reason why he's ever been good at making art is because he's able to be vulnerable. He has the instinct that allows himself to be vulnerable. Like, he has this very strong, like, ego putting up defense mechanism. But he understands that he has to give into this sort of ego weakening exercise of artistic expression. And, you know, he's just like fucking, I don't even want to say, like, washed is an understatement, obviously. Oh God, what is this? What is this link? I've sunlocked by just the title of this. But Kanye, but one thing he always does is he's like, I'm gonna be vulnerable about this. So now he just has songs about like what, that he molested his cousin or whatever, or that his cousin, like, they jerked off together, and then now his cousin's in jail. And he talked about like sucking his cousin's dick when he was a kid, and that the cousin went to jail, and then he feels guilty about it. You guys didn't see that? You didn't see that Kanye song? Like, you know, it's like, you know, childhood, 11, 12 year old, like, boy experimentation. Which I think is a lot more popular, or popular, like, popular is a crazy word to use. A lot more common than is discussed because of, like, homophobia. I don't think it was, maybe I could have been the Lena Dunham thing. I think the Lena Dunham thing is different than this one. Because I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I guess I haven't listened to the song in a while. But he knows that he's like, oh, I'm going to do art and I need to be vulnerable. But he just, like, has no metric for self-preservation now. So yeah, he is rapping about, like, being on nitrous and shit. Actually, the Hail Hitler song he made was very telling. It's a fascinating piece of fascist art. I think I talked about this on stream before, probably. Because he is telling us, he's like, he says it directly in the song. He's like, my wife left me. Everyone thinks I'm, you know, washed. I have no money anymore, which is why we need Nazism. Like, that's why. He just says it overtly. He's like, that's why Hitler needs to come back and bring order. He just, it's overt in the song that he's like, I can't see my daughter anymore. I can't see my wife. My wife doesn't want anything to do with me. I lost all my money. And it's like, you don't get that sort of vulnerability from fascists all that often. It's very revealing. Because yeah, I mean, that is a look into the fascist psyche. Especially, like, downwardly mobile bourgeois, like, slash petty bourgeois. Still, obviously, bro, I'm getting Sargon of Akkad. This is a crazy suggested thing. Is Path of Exile 2, and then a Come Town thing, and then Sargon of Akkad. Crazy suggested. Yeah, maybe don't show me that. Do not recommend. I think Sargon is still going, but he's also washed because he did. It did seem like he wanted to have an attachment to like the UKIP party, but I think he's too poisonous politically, even for like British politics, which I guess is saying something. Yeah, like he was like a candidate, right? Was that a thing that they dug up, or did he say when he was a political candidate, like I wouldn't even rape that woman? Because that was the scandal. He said that about someone, some British lady who's like a politician. I'm sure. I know Bolsonaro also said that. I'm sure he did. Yeah, he said that when he was trying to be a politician, right? Yeah, wild. Well, the UK doesn't have fascist, they have a king they've defanged. Constitutional monarchy. Yeah, I mean, say that in a decade, you'll see. I think there have been plenty of societies that have constitutional monarchies that have elected fascists. I don't know if that works. Or maybe I got baited. I think I got baited. I think I've been baited. Chronologically, most recent event on his Wikipedia is a 2025 statement that he's a Dawkins style. I'm an atheist, but I love Christianity. It's the best religion. Yeah. British politics is interesting because it's like Christianity really isn't a direct motive in a way that it like really is in now also Canadian politics kind of, but especially American politics. People kind of don't really care. Which is crazy that like they still get this evil transphobic movement because it's like you'd think that you would be safe from it, but it's like no, it's the other group. It is funny when that was a cool debate was like whether TERFs are actually left wing. And it's like, yeah, they have all these radical politics. And it's like the radical politics in question are like allying with George W. Bush to ban pornography. It's like these are conservative women who are protecting their specific socio-political economic interest. It's like saying that neocons are Trotskyists. Cause it's like, well, look at the communist past of this neoconservative, and it's like it doesn't matter anymore. They have conservative politics now. Folks, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can connect it to your Twitch account to get one free subscription and give me money. Or you can give me money as well. It's much appreciated. Is a liberal mugged by reality? Is that someone who's like begrudgingly... I am partner. I got the little check mark. Is it liberal mugged by reality? Is that like a way of describing like a conservative? Like, is that it? Are those cons doing that? I feel like I've heard that term before. Well, yeah, turf just doesn't mean anything anymore. It's just not a word that means anything. It just means like, yeah, like woman who doesn't like trans people. Like there are TERFs out there, but even like Julie Bindel, like the TERFs as a movement have realized that they hate trans people more than they love women. Is that a brown bear? Now good enough. Thank you for the prime. I like the silly reptile. Thank you. You can. There's an emote for the. There's an emote for it as well. Male TERF ratio. No one calls men TERFs. It's funny. You look at it. Like, does anyone call Glinner a TERF? Like, I feel like I don't even see that for him. It just, I feel like the actual functional use of TERF now is just woman transphobe. Isn't he though? I don't think Glinner is a radical feminist. Maybe he's ostensibly one. I honestly don't think so. How come the Irish don't? Glinner is Irish, is he not? Is he originally Irish? Am I crazy? Like, does Graham Linham ever talk about feminism? Like the way that radical feminists talk about, like you guys need to see. I feel like Glinner is obviously not a radical feminist. I feel like the way that men who are radical feminists talk about themselves is like very couched terms. There's a very strong ambivalence or about like masculinity. The reason why there aren't nearly as many men who are rad femmes. I just don't think he's ever talked about feminism outside. Like he's not, he doesn't believe in the radical feminist framework. I don't think so. Maybe ostensibly. But you see like why people don't even... It's pretty uncommon. I guess like, well, gender critical and TERF aren't really... Like there's a Venn diagram, but not every gender critical is a radical feminist. Certainly not. There is actually not that much to the gender critical stuff that is inherently feminist. Like the notion of gender critical at its core is the idea that like you think sex matters, quote unquote. That basically that your large gametes or whatever are the thing that determine social difference for gender. And more than that, that like there should be a legal reflection of that. That if you're a womb producer, you're a womb producer. You're an egg producer, you should legally be recognized as a woman. You're a sperm producer, recognized as a man. But there's nothing inherently... Like you can be a pretty anti-feminist and kind of be pretty happy allying with gender criticals. I argue most of stuff. I mean, it just depends on what you mean by feminist. Is feminist like a... Can there be evil feminists? Right, like white feminism as a term or straight feminism as a term. It's the same. I mean, ironically, like a lot of the straight feminists didn't like that term. They're like, no, I'm just representing women in general. It's... They happen to not think about the lesbian perspective. It's the same like with not liking being called a TERF. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, but yeah, I mean, I guess there really aren't that many TERFs anymore. Like radical feminists who are like, it's a pretty small portion of the movement. a lot of it's they're ostensibly radical feminists, but they really aren't. Like, you still have like the Sheila Jeffreys. I mean, is Julie Bendel even a feminist anymore? Julie Bendel was being like, I think that we should allow for Rush V, the pickup artist guy, to enter Britain, and I think we should debate him in the marketplace of ideas. She said something so crazy. Bendel is like, I would describe maybe as an OG turf. Not really OG because there's a history before that. She said about that like we should let him into the country and debate him because like he isn't himself a threat to women. We should still think, no, this is a little while ago. He isn't himself a threat to women. And it's like, I think he is, actually. I don't know about that. I think he probably is a threat to women. In high school, my friends' moms were lesbian feminists, but the kind of ones that are against butch women. This is broadly a part of like the feminist sex wars. Which is like a really complicated thing. I did some research for the series. There's a lot of debates about basically we had our like kink at pride stuff. You had pornography, your kink in general. Like, is BDSM problematic because it's recreating a violent dynamic? It was really mainly the way of splitting it is like pro porn, anti porn, but it's a lot more complicated than that, obviously. That's what I was saying before about like the conservative side of the feminist sex wars, which is a complicated. I mean, I don't know. I think it is complicated because it's not simply like, oh, it's the people who think sex are good who are based, and because there are certain nuances on a lot of issues, and like the alliances aren't nearly as straightforward. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, but that like the anti-porn radical feminists tried to, ally with George Bush to ban pornography. It's like it's fair to contextualize that as the conservative branch of radical feminism. But as it turns out, the anti-porn side tended to be more transphobic. And they also thought like, BDSM is problematic because it's recapitulating like a hetero masculine violent sexual dynamic, even if it's consensual, that it's bad, you shouldn't do it. But then also that like butches, and then especially like transgender men are like, they're like lesbians, or like, I guess, straight transgender men, like that specific cohort. Because would you believe with trans people, it's the same as cis people, that like the straight ones tend to hang out with the straight ones and the gay ones tend to hang out with the gay ones. Like they have their own communities. But that these people, the butches and transgender men, were like becoming their oppressor, and that they shouldn't do that. It's like they were recapitulating, there's a really funny bit by a comic that I can't remember her name. This is kind of unrelated. She's like lesbian comic, and she's like, I'm the man one in the relationship, and like the women ones hate it when you say it that you're the man one. I remember my girlfriend once, the first time she heard me talk about the fact I'm the man one, and she was like, that's so insensitive. You have no clue about the actual situation that's going on. There's no nuance. And she's like, exactly, I'm the man one. I think that's very funny. That's a very funny bit that I'm just shamelessly stealing. Emma Willman, that's her name. I'm shamelessly stealing it because I'm just talking for 4 hours and eventually run out of things to talk about other than just taking other people's bits. It's very funny. It's a very good bit. I don't know. I think it's fine to play with gender. I don't think you should feel bad about it. Especially in those cases, you construct things to deconstruct them, which I think I'm also taking from that bit. I can't remember. I kind of don't know what Silk Song is, really. But I don't think so. It's a Metroid style game. I don't know. Maybe I don't know what Hollow Knight is. Maybe I'll look at it. Silk Slop. Nope. Internalized bug phobia. Wow. Okay, that makes you think. It didn't come out yet. Okay, it's not a masterpiece. That's like how I feel about U5. Actually, no, I have my concerns about the game. I trust Johan with the launch codes. I don't care. I pre-ordered it. I don't care. I'm gonna play it day of. I'm gonna buy all the DLC. I love map slop. Map slop is so cool. Oh yeah, I watched this. I watched this outside of. This is a great video. It's very long though. The one thing I will disagree about with Historia Civilis is that he was rooting for reform in the period and the liberals to succeed, and I think that that's not true. I think it would have been better if elections were not used as a release valve for the bourgeois political class. But that's just me. As a French one, it's also the British one. It's like the response to the July Monarchy and the July Revolution. His French Revolution one was a bit controversial. The July Monarchy one? What was the controversy? One thing I learned from that is I didn't realize how horrific the British electoral system was into the 19th century. That they just had the medieval system. The controversy is that there were too many secondary sources. Oh, okay. Yes, he's the Time work guy. Historia Civilis. He makes great videos. Oh. I'll probably stream the map game a bit. You guys don't like watching my video game streams, or like you just watch it less than my normal stuff. So I tend to do it less often. Who said that? Well, they just gets less viewers. That's the metric. That's the metric you gotta use. Anyways, you should give me money if you haven't already. It's much appreciated. It's a tip system for streamers. This is my job, etc. Favorite map game? I think it's gotta be U4 Classic. Classic. Early modern period. Goated. Can't go wrong. Bollatron, thank you for the 100 bits. I was hoping for a bit more, but that's okay. I appreciate it. That's so sorry. I'm being annoying. I'm sorry. 1444 is a great start date. I'm sorry. Thank you for the cent though. Or the 10 cents? Or the dollar? Is it a dollar? I've lost track of.
I am gay.
It might be a dollar. It's a dollar. Monamar, thank you for the tier 1. One single dollar. Thank you. CK is. I feel like I've grown to appreciate Crusader Kings 3 less. I think it's starting to get into, it's getting a little sloppy. I'm really worried about the China update.
I am gay.
Throw repeat, thank you. Dr. Throw repeat. Yeah, CK2 is awesome. CK2 is great. We love some CK2. There's no tax on tips. I am Canadian, unfortunately. I hate my chud prime minister for... That's so cool that that was a non-partisan, as a bipartisan cause, was making tips a more entrenched like mechanism of paying people. That's awesome. No, I don't think that these legally classifies tips. Didn't they name no tax on tips applying to streamers? Surely not. That would be so funny. If we really do live in a Twitch streaming presidency, if they were specifically like, yeah, like, did they change it? Wow, that's so awesome. They extended it to streamers? The big beautiful bill is what a wretched society. Oh, that's awesome. I guess that's just any Twitch income then, right? I'm happy for Twitch streamers. That's crazy. How would that... Trump thanks you for the bits, yeah. Well, fuck my Canadian Chungus life. I wonder if does that affect, like, I don't have to pay any money to the IRS because Canada and America have a tax treaty. So it's just taxed as Canadian income. But I know with like Brazilian streamers, for instance, like it gets taxed by America and then it's taxed by Brazil. I wonder if there's like, it doesn't get taxed by America anymore then. I wonder how that works. I mean, surely it's not, what is defined as a tip for Twitch? Also, there's a hype train coming up if you'd like to give me more money. Very strong, healthy president. We love our Twitch streamers, don't we, folks? We love Aiden. We love Aiden Ross. One of the smartest people on the website.
Is that a brown bear?
Cold Eagle, thank you. Folks, they've been asking, which one do you think? Is it, what was that? Fuck. I fucked up the bet. The Big Bang or Pangria, folks. Many people are debating this. Is it big? Me personally, I think it's the Big Bang. I think it's the Big Bang. I don't have a good Trump. My Trump is way worse. Like 2020, I can get away with that Trump impression. Also, there's a hype train if you would like to subscribe. Let's bring back the lizard. Oh. Asman goes very nasty man. It's a throwback. If you like to give me money. It's so funny that it is genuinely like the Twitch streamer podcaster presidency. Like they shouted at the Nelk boys. Like, didn't Trump? He's like, I would like to thank the Nelk boys for helping us win. Godzilla, little Godzilla. Thank you for the 2-1. I show speed in the Capitol. Was he being shown around by a Dem or a Republican? I'm very curious. Because honestly, I think I Show Speed might be the most famous person in the world. He was a Dem? Okay, that makes sense. I think he might be. He showed us the tunnels, right? Like there's a video of the tunnels. Pajama Armand, hello, thank you. Like the fact that he's now got like a market on Chinese social media, and like Chinese aunties know about him. Physics Animal, thank you. I think it's him. I think he's above like Ronaldo. I think he has more pull than like Ronaldo. Specifically because he's broken into the Chinese market so much. I actually think it's speed. Because there's a... Would you believe it? There's a lot of people in China. What is the de Gaulle quote? China is a big country populated by many Chinese people. I think normies know who Speed is. I actually disagree. Rose, thank you. I think I'm right. No, people know who Speed is. I'm confident about this. Rosemary, thank you. I don't think my 30-year coworker show a photo of I Show Speed. Love you here, thank you. Show them a photo of I Show Speed and they're like, I know him. Oh yeah, it's that guy. Like any amount of social media presence, if you're on any of the scrolling apps, they probably recognize Speed. I know normally Brazilian friends, they all know who Speed is. And Brazil as well. I mean, I guess Ronaldo is also in the Brazilian market. I think people know who Speed is. I think he's the most famous person on the planet. He's isn't he like he dated a trans woman? But Speed is oddly woke, given like, I feel like he had a rough start to internet. I mean, you know, you're like 15 or whatever. Anyone without internet knows Ronaldo. Well, I feel like also Trump doesn't count. Trump's more famous. Trump doesn't count. Anyone without internet knows Ronaldo because everyone knows what football is. I feel like most people... Is this a crazy thing to say? That most people are like at least internet adjacent in the world now? There's a 2-minute left on the hype train if you'd like to give me money. Like, most people have internet now. Is that crazy? I don't know. One of those is like a shitty take. I can't remember which one. I don't know which one. Either it's like most people don't have internet. Either that's like out of touch. Or the idea that like, oh, I think most people probably have internet. One of them is. I don't know which one it is. But they can't both be... Most famous celebrity, maybe. Because I feel like we're like... The most famous person is always the president of America. %68% use internet. I don't know, I think it's Speed. No way it's Mr. Beast. I disagree. If it's an online influencer, it's I Show Speed. Thank you for the money, everyone. I think internet use and access are different than being on scrolling platforms. I don't know if that's true. Maybe. I mean, TikTok has a bigger like user base in Indonesia than it does in America. Like all the TikTok pressuring stuff, they were like, we can lose the American market. Same with like there's a lot of base in India as well. I feel like that might be one of the first things you do is like Facebook. I feel like Facebook is bigger in the global south, is my vague impression. Maybe I'm wrong though. This could be one of the, outer take Westoid. Oh, is TikTok banned in India? Oh yeah. No, it's more Facebook, I guess. Facebook was trying to create a walled garden internet for third world. That's crazy. Like we don't want them bothering our first world. Facebook is built in phones in some global south countries, right? 0, 0, 0, 0. Thank you. WhatsApp is the Ankh. I never like WhatsApp is like the global south app, I feel like, for messaging. Am I muted? No, I think that's you. Oh yeah, it is meta. I didn't think about that. I'm trying to think of like, especially like going on the apps and meeting people, you're like, you want to bring it off the dating app as soon as possible because it's awful to message on those things. And I feel like it's always interesting to see what people choose in like Vancouver. Because you get a decent amount of WhatsApp. I feel like it's more, if someone wasn't born in Canada, it's more likely to be WhatsApp compared to like, you get like some text, maybe a couple Signal. Signal is kind of washed in terms of how many people use it. But it is the goated. I think it's probably the goated. Dating unks, that's crazy. And obviously there's just straightforward text. Sometimes people are like, add me on Snapchat and it's like, goodbye. You're a grown man. You shouldn't be on Snapchat. That's for babies. India's TikTok is called Josh. I don't believe you. Instagram as well. It's another one. Babies and pedos don't Instagram. I guess so. Josh, I think I meant him as heir to the Josh fortune. Yeah. He's unrelated to the Josh. That was a big millennial meme a couple years ago. Was that the wine brand that was named Josh? Sex workers like Snapchat, dude. That makes sense. I could see that. Okay, I'll probably call it soon. I'm a hungry guy. That's like the thing I say to my dog to feed him is like, "Are you a hungry guy?" And it's just like, it's just in my. I was thinking about getting a dog, like for myself, like it's my family's dog. I want like I want to get an Italian Greyhound. If I could choose, I'll probably just get like a mutt or whatever. But I would like to get a little Iggy. I think I like that they're a lot like me in a lot of ways. They're very awkward. They don't like going outside. And they're very the tiny skinny ones, yeah. The greyhounds. They got like the long nose. They're kind of like a deer coated. You know? You think they'd be like a deer relative. But they're very like affectionate animals. They need a lot of like care. I still don't know how much of that is like dog race science of like this animal, this breed has this temperament. And to what extent it is just like people read into it, and then it's like if you raise an animal doing a thing, they'll do that thing. It's like with I won't stop streaming right now because I found a topic to talk about. It's like pit bulls. Yes, that's the one. Where people are like, you'll see like there's like a subreddit for people with really bad dogs. I can't remember what it's called, but I remember someone was talking about like there was a video of a pit bull that was like, you know, they're horribly trained that like the classic like 100-pound woman with her really big pit bull, and the pit bull is like sees another dog and just like, you know, even though the leash is on, it's just too powerful for the lady to hold, and then runs up to the cicada, and the Akita like is big enough that it's able to like, you know, the pit bull is like violent, but the Akita is big enough that it like bites the pit bull, and you know, I mean it's not fine because the pit bull's injured, but like no one else is hurt. And I saw in a reply someone was like, yeah, Akitas are like loyal, you know, they won't bite for bad reasons. It was something along those lines, and it was so interesting because it's like, no, Akitas are also very, very aggressive dog breeds. It's just like people are less likely to raise their Akita being like, he's a fucking warrior. This dog is he's a warrior. He takes care of the. We make sure he's more aggressive so we can protect us. And it's like it turns out if you do that, like aggression from dogs comes from fear. Usually, they are worried if they view something as a threat, and like. If you've raised a dog, you have encouraged them to understand. Like, I feel like with reactive dogs, people don't understand that. That, like, if you yell at your dog after they're being reactive, it's just more sensory data. Yes. No, Iggy's are very me-coded. It'd be funny to have, like, especially with my hair, like, it's like I saw this, like, I don't think they usually breed them specifically to have white hair. But, like, that would be ridiculous. Like, me with the little, like, white-haired Iggy with this hair. That would be a bit too far in terms of, like, dog breeds that look like their owners. But I do think it'd be very cute. I was looking it up, and apparently most responsible dog breeders don't breed white Iggies together, which is a really funny soundbite, because apparently it can lead to, like, I think deafness. Like, being completely white is you can quote me on this. Being completely white is not good for an Italian Greyhound. I think it might be an albinism gene. That's probably why. Adopt, don't shop. Yeah, that is probably better. Like white cats, right? You can hear me fine. He just ignores me. That's funny. It's the fucking excuse. Anyway, yeah. I mean, it's like it's kind of like with people that if you treat a group of people in a certain way, it affects how they interact with the world. Do I support puppy mills? I feel like that's a crazy question to ask. Is anyone like, I think they're based. Yeah, actually. I think it's good. The it's a pro puppy mill stream. Just say you hate puppies and go. Yeah, exactly. Yikes. Yeah, wow, you don't like puppy mills? Yikes. Yeah, just say you hate Amish people. I get it, it's fine. I guess he's a contrarian type of guy. That's very funny. Anyway. I don't know, I'll probably call it here. Please give me money if you would like to contribute to the stream. I will add, there's a Discord link. If you would like to get pinged when I go live, there's a community and it's nice. I will raid Internet Sasha is a Twitch streamer that I found on Instagram. There were like clips of him and he's very funny. I think he's pretty new to streaming. I think. But I'll raid him, he's very funny. Anyway, I'll talk to you guys later. Probably a couple days. Okay. Oh, it's gotta get ready, the raid. And yeah, I'll be live again. I should get like a real schedule.